Hey, welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you here today. We are in day 2 of Cha-Chi-Chi, part of our Type Drives Culture Conference series. I'm Ksenya Samarskaya. I'm the managing director here at the Type Directors Club. This is where you are. Before we start with the program, I just want to mention one more thing, which is another competition we currently have running. A lot of you are seeing a lot of hot younger talent here at Cha-Chi-Chi, and you've been mentioning and commenting. And I want to point out that multiple people, especially ones that are about to come up on stage right after me, are Ascenders winners. And that is a competition that is currently open. It is a portfolio competition, and it's a lot of how we discover who's set to or already making waves in the world of typography all around. And it's also the way other clients, corporations, and media make their discoveries as well. So it is definitely a beneficial thing to be part of. It is, you're eligible if you're 35 or under this year, and the first deadline is coming up on March 15th. And we also have introduced global price parity, so it is much more affordable. We have discounts of over 60% off for like half of the countries worldwide based on GPD. So that is at ascenders.tdc.org. You'll also see kind of slides about it during the day. And now I will try to get out of your way so we can get started with the conference. I want to introduce the curator that's been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make all of this possible, a woman I've grown deeper and deeper admiration for the more I've worked with her, type designer, educator, and organizer, Solma Tas.
Hello, hi, thank you, Ksenya. Hello, everyone. Hola. It's time to introduce myself. I'm Sol Matas. I am a porteña, which is a nickname for people coming from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm here to bring visibility to Latin America. So that's close to my own ear, to my heart. When I joined the TDC as a board member, I also joined with Ksenya and Laura to celebrate this conference that has been a labor of love for the past several months. I'm speaking from Berlin, and it's such a pleasure to see faces all around the world here joining us to make our dream as a reality. So Cha-Chi-Chi is here to show off a unique energy and passion from Latin America design to the rest of the world, so we can inspire each other. Today we have a lineup of fascinating speakers, and so I hope you enjoy them as much as I do. And each of our speakers, as Laura mentioned, is here to share a piece of their story, of their own history. So we'll know we did our job if this conference brings new connections, inspirations, and conversations. So if you have any comments, cheers, or positive feedback, please leave those in the chat. Or if you have any questions, please drop those in the Q&A window. So sit back and let's see these very talented individuals show you their world. So our first panel today, it's called Ni Una Menos, the collective power of women. Ni Una Menos is Spanish for no one less, or to be more specific, no women less. It's a Latin America feminist movement that campaigns against gender-based violence. It started in Argentina by a collective of female artists, journalists, and academics, and has spread across several Latin American countries. Today, we will see 3 different projects, 3 distinctive designers working for one client or with one goal, that is celebrating Women's Day through typography. These 3 projects have been commissioned by the Centro Cultural Recoleta over years. So welcome, Yani, Cyla, and Fer. Hello. So I will introduce you. Hey. Yani Arabena is an art director and type designer based in Buenos Aires. She co-founder of Yani and Co, which is a studio specialized in type design, illustration, and lettering. She's an excellent calligrapher, and the way she applies this skill to graphic design, I think, is unique. I truly admire her work. She also developed typefaces that are part of the Subtipos Foundry catalog. So Cyla Costa is a lettering artist, designer, and illustrator from Brazil. Her studio is in Curitiba, and she works for clients from all over the world. In the last 10 years, she has been working with lettering, and her work has been awarded and published several times, and is known for its vibrant palettes and versatility of visual languages. Please, if you are not familiar with her work, check her last release, the Ximena typeface, Ximena, which has unique shapes and colors, and I think it's so beautiful. Last but not least, the magnificent Cozzi, talkative and passionate about letters. Fer is an independent type designer from Buenos Aires. She teaches, speaks, and participates in various spaces around typography, and her work has been selected for several typography exhibitions, such as Tipos Latinos, Pangram, TDC, and Founders Type. So thank you very much to the three of you for being part of this conference. And Yani, if you would like to start.
Ok, vamos. Hola, hi everyone. Well, thank you TDC and Sol and Laura and all the TDC team for letting me be here and share this project with all of you. I don't speak in English very often, so I will try to do my best today for all of you. Okay, let's go. Well, I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. My name is Yani Arabena. Buenos Aires, Argentina is a very eclectic, chaotic, but very, very passionate country. And from the end of the war, I ran a design studio called Yani and Co, with my partner in crime and life, Guille Visari, a type designer and art director, and with Agus Pizarro Maire, he's an illustrator and art director too. And we work with words. We work with calligraphy, illustration, type design, lettering. We always want to, always pushing forward the limits of typography and letters as a visual message. And related to letters, we try to always, we think and we believe that writing adds feelings to a message. By choosing maybe a tool, you can be revolutionary and give strength to a statement, or maybe with a pointed brush, you can make an expressive title to make a book cover, or to be in a commercial campaign, or maybe make a writing, then you can convert that writing into a product that you can use in your life, or just generate a pattern that can give you, or maybe give you feelings if you see it, and you can read the word maybe love, or have a friend tell me once you can read, or maybe see that letters are crying. Influences. I believe that, I like a graphic designer. I believe that I'm a graphic designer that make calligraphy, not the calligrapher. I really respect the calligraphy work, that kind of work you can read and with the perfect letter shapes. But my inspiration was always in that kind of work that express in the strokes, in in the tools, even if you can read it. And like the work of Jose Parla, one of my biggest inspiration in kind of calligraphy and strokes with movement, and the work of my teacher and my mentor, Silvia Cordero Vega. She's a calligrapher and an artist from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And she teach me a different way of seeing calligraphy in a local scene. So I studied calligraphy for my calligraphy, but always looking for this expressive way, this sensation. I study formal scripts, but always using a tool in a non-traditional way. And always thinking about this, about rhythm, like a very important item. So that is calligraphy for me. Calligraphy for me is not beautiful letters, as you know. And for me, is to write with the soul. I think it's a part of you when you are writing. You can communicate sensations, maybe a stand of humor, and a lot of stuff. And writing with the soul, and one day with ink and with a brush, I wrote a whole alphabet that then at the studio and with subtipos we convert into a commercial font, and this font's called quotes. And all these years I tried to build my own voice with my work, but what happened when you have to represent on other voices have to be represented. In 2019, a project came to me, and this project is called No More or No Va Más, and was the name of the campaign at the Centro Cultural Recoleta, central cultural center at, located in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Was the campaign to commemorate, like Sol said, to celebrate the Women's Day here. And when this assignment came, I always believed that it was the calligraphy project that I always wanted to do. So I will be always grateful for that chance that the Centro Cultural gave to me. And the assignment was give voice to reading words, to everything we say, no va más. This was my brief, just a piece of paper with a phone call with my art director during my holidays. And he told me, okay, we have a list of 21 words of all we say no more. That was a result of workshop with women in Argentina. And I take a note from some words he told me, very important, you have to add feelings to these words. They said less curved, more violent, more visceral. Must not be perfect. And that's that kind of calligraphy I really like to do. So I really, I wrote a lot. I explore a lot of styles with a lot of tools, elements, ink, kind of paper. And I made some different styles for each word. And we look the best for each poster. This must be readable in distance. You must see this message in a long distance. This must not be beautiful. It's like a tag in graffiti, fast and strong. And the best part of this came the Women's Day. This cultural center made a print 20 different posters with these phrases. During the 8M, some women that were around the cultural centers took a lot of these posters and went to a march. And you can see, I always, I saw some pictures from that day with a lot of women with these posters, and I really feel really proud. But I realized the power of the written voice. I realized that a lot of women were making that voice their own voice, and they make these posters. They convert this poster into like a kind of flag. I can see them hang in some rooms of teenagers. Some people collect them or use even the next year during the march. That was when I realized the power of writing words, and the work of the hands builds our essence and our voice too. Thank you.
Should I go directly?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's hard to follow this one, Yani, my hero, but let's go. All the lineage. Hi, everyone. I am Cyla Costa. And thank you for the invitation, Sol, Laura, Ksenya. It's a pleasure to be here with my girls, Yani and Fer. And I will talk about my work for the Recoleta, but first a little context. I am from Curitiba, Brazil, from where I work for clients from other parts of the world. And I'm a graphic designer. My work is mainly focused on drawing different letter forms. It doesn't matter the medium. I do a lot of book covers, as you can see, but a lot of digital lettering too. And I'm very interested in mixing letter forms and illustration, and this interaction of letter shapes and other figurative shapes. Working in these boundaries is very interesting for me. And also exploring new languages. I love to do murals as well and paint very big letters, especially in murals. I think I have an opportunity to explore these limits of legibility and the letter forms and colors and shapes. And whenever possible, I love to bring some of my own culture to other places. Like in this case, this is a mural that says saudade. It's a word that only exists in Portuguese. It's very dear to us. And this is painted in San Diego, California. As Sol mentioned before when she was introducing me, this is this exploring of these boundaries of legibility and shapes. You can see this in my latest release, which is the Juma color font, which started as a personal project, and then it evolved to a color font that I did with my friends at Naipe Foundry. And it's funny because especially, I got that a lot before, but especially with this project, because it got a lot of attention, and people told me a lot about it being very Latin American, like it was a very Latino design. And I was very curious to see what does that mean? How does that define us? And are we stuck on this Latin American design aesthetics? But this is a question with no answer, and I just wanted to pop up the question. But yeah, then talking about my project for El Recoleta, I think it has a lot to do with this Latin American identity. Early in 2020, I got a call from the director at Centro Cultural Recoleta, inviting me to create the visuals for the campaign for International Women's Day 2020. Literally 1 month before all of our lives changed forever. So this is how Ximena was born. It was an honor for me because I was accompanying all the projects, the one that Eugenia Melo did, and then Yani. So it was an honor to be a part of this as the first non-Argentinian designer too, because before it was just, there had only been Argentinian designers. So Luis told me they wanted to expand to Latin American designers as well. So I worked with the art director, Ariel, and his idea was to bring this aesthetics of the feminist posters from the 70s. So these brush strokes and the silk screen aesthetics were allies in communication and these very strong graphic pieces. So these were like my first, I always like to go to extremes to try and define what language should we do. And one extreme that I tried at first was this very gestural, like calligraphy, strong letters, which is, I'm a little ashamed of showing this after Jenny's work, but it's fine. I'm not a calligrapher. It was just like to tiptoe one end of the spectrum, and then the other end would be like very clean and graphic. These were almost like editorial like illustrations, and this is not what we were looking for either. So it was just like what don't we want and what do we want instead? So we ended up landing in these studies of illustration that have texture, and they are like big color areas that simulate silk screen when in print. But the challenge here was, so we defined that we would do the illustration and the lettering as two separate things that would cohabit the space of the poster, which is the main piece of the campaign. But the big challenge here was how to bring the identity of the Latin American women portrayed in these illustrations. This was very a huge challenge for me. So we started, I started sketching a lot of women, trying to bring Latin American traces to the illustrations, at the same time working on the expressions of these women that we wanted them to be strong, serious, and empowered and unapologetical. So it was after some days of trying different women and talking to friends and consulting other Latin American women, we defined a couple of faces that would symbolize, it's impossible to grasp everything about the Latin American expressions, but would like symbolize the Latin American women. At the same time, I started doing some studies on composition, on how would this combination of illustration and lettering be, and also some color palette tests, because we wanted it to be very strong, and the faces of the women were serious. It had to, we had to show this seriousness of the feminist fight, at the same time that here in Brazil, we say a lot that we have to keep on dancing and have to keep the joy, even when we're going through the worst things in politics and the feminist fights that we have to go through. So we thought we could bring this with the color palette. And we also tried like putting some more women into this composition to make it feel like a crowd, like relating to those feminist posters, but it was impossible to grasp the whole crowd, the women crowd of the march. So we just thought we would stick with 3 women for the posters, and this was the rough, but we liked this brush stroke quality to it. So it was very close to the final, which kept this. And you can see, especially in the women on the right, how it changed the expression, because we felt this expression was too vulnerable, and we wanted them to be like with their faces up and brave and supporting each other, embracing each other. This was very important for the feel of the poster. And this was the final lettering, which, as the reference, we wanted it to be strong and bold, like simple letters in a strong composition. So this was the final poster, which was the main piece of the campaign. And this was the mouth that shouts, Fuerza Hermana, which was the supporting graphics for other pieces. And Fuerza Hermana literally translates as sister strength, but it can also mean like the act of encouraging, one woman encouraging another, like be strong, sister. And this was another piece that I did in the process, that the concept is like a woman taking care of her fire, keeping her fire on. And at the end, this didn't make to the final cut, but I still love it, and I thought it would be nice to show it. For the mural, which was also a main thing for the campaign, I had the opportunity to use more women because it was an horizontal piece. So this was the final design for the mural. And the mural was painted by this amazing group of muralists called Rojo Vivo. They painted this before I got to Buenos Aires because it took like a long time. And I guess it was a challenge for them to work on the textures. Actually, they told me it was a big challenge, but I think they did a great job keeping the texture of the illustrations and making the whole thing big and colorful and amazing. So I was lucky enough to go to Buenos Aires for this, for the inauguration of the campaign. And I stayed inside, I slept inside the mural, which was great. That upper right window of the mural was my room. And this was literally 1 week before the pandemic hit. So, oh, talk about luck. And it was so beautiful to see the women interacting with the mural and like imitating the poses of the women in the mural, supporting each other and just celebrating their union, their friendship. This was, inauguration night. We can play Where's Waldo and find Yani and Guille and Leon in the crowd. It was beautiful. The whole program of Fuerza Hermana had a lot of concerts and workshops, recitals, talks. And this was actually one of the best parts for us, because Fer organized this talk with me and Shani about being a woman and working in the type industry. We had a great time. The poster, being the main piece, was printed. You can't really see in the photo, but it was like this neon orange red, and they printed like 60,000 copies of it, a lot, and they distributed for free, of course, like in Jenny's case. And on the back, there was the whole program of the campaign. So it was beautiful to see all the women posting about Fuerza Hermana campaign. And even weeks later, when I was in Brazil, from other parts of Latin America, other than Argentina, to still posting themselves, interacting with the posters. And it was very emotional for me to see how this resonated with so many women from different cultures, but all there is one culture that unites us all. To imagine that many women still have the poster in their houses, and they look at the posters and maybe they remind themselves to be stronger every day and to occupy the spaces that are due to us. This makes me very happy. So that's it for me. Ciao, I'll pass the torch on to Fer, and gracias, obrigada, and thank you.
I don't want to go after you. we need to talk about the order of these things. So I'm going to talk about what I did. 2021 came along. We were in the middle of the pandemic. As you can imagine, I received the same assignment. So I'm not going to try to say it all over again. But the idea was the center was closed for a year, but they handled to have a lot of online activities. One of them was online reunions and conversations with women around the country, and try to define how they feel and how they thought about feminism, about the movement, about 8th of March, about marching, and about everything. And with that, they wanted to reduce all of those ideas in a list of words and make posters. The only assignment at the beginning was that they are going to be big posters, and that's it. So Ariel contacted me and he said, I'm thinking about something with typography, big typography, and occupy the space, as Cyla said, with words. And I was like, yeah, of course, I love the plan, I love the idea, this is amazing. And he told me, but I have to be honest with you, we only have 10 days and I don't have the words. And because I want the posters be skill print, we needed to be ready 8 days. 8 days is top. I was like, are you telling me that I have to do something in a week? And he said something like, we can use some of your already project that you have and manage to make it work with this project. It's okay with us. And I must say, I said no to this idea, because for me, it didn't make any sense, because these typefaces has their own history and they don't match with the idea behind being the voice of other women. I didn't know which words I needed to write down. I didn't know how many words. I didn't know if they are going to be sweet words, angry words, strong words, long, short. So for me, it didn't make any sense to try to fit them in some other plan. So I asked him to give me 24 hours to come up with something. So I spent my whole afternoon in internet, my place in the world, trying to find out how the movement, the feminist movement, defined itself in real life. So I came across with these pictures and pictures for March all over South America. And for me was the perfect idea for a typeface, because it's not about the shape of the fonts, it's about the message that they're trying to seek. It's like, it's not about being handmade, it's about being heard. So I started sketching, and I really needed to sketch fast because I needed to convince him, and I needed to end it by the end of the week. So I present these 3 proposals, and I didn't have the words. Now I'm showing you with the words that made the campaign, but at the moment I was writing anything. And the first one for them was too funny looking. The second one wasn't shouty enough. And the third one makes perfect sense, because one thing that we talk about is about giving the space, occupying the space in the poster is like shouting in another way, and being able to speak louder. So that's the whole idea. I knew that I didn't know how long or short the words were. So I needed to be condensed or compressed in some point. So that's how Nosotras was born. Nosotras is the name of the campaign and the name of the font. I started to work in a full set, because alongside with the poster, they are going to be something on social media, because they didn't have any in-person activities. So it was all about this. So I did my work and wait for the words. And when the words appear, the idea was that 3 words per poster needed to be a whole unit and tell one single idea. So we needed to be able to write 3 words per poster and that they look good. This was the words in English for those who doesn't read in Spanish. They're not, for me, it was really nice to see that it didn't have anything to do with Shani's campaign, because I'm an angry feminist, but I think feminism is more than just being angry. And these words, it's more about the empowerment and how we feel, and not about being angry with something. It's furious, one of the words, but nothing, it's one of the words. So they give me the words and I said like, yeah, by the end of the day, I'll send you the posters. And I couldn't because the words were really long. And for all the type designers in the room, you are going to understand how hard I cry, because changing the metrics and the proportions at this stage wasn't something that I was thinking of. I tried to change the words. They said me no. So I stopped crying and I said, this is not going to be an issue. It's part of the process and it's part of the project that I don't manage which words I need to be, it has to be written. So I cheat and I make a fake variable font so I can compress the words and they enter in the space. And this is how the final posters look like. And we managed to be able to deliver on time to the girls in House of Prints, who were the hands behind the printing of the posters. But when they were in printing stage, COVID hit again, and we go back to some sanitary issues. So they couldn't have, like Cyla showed and Shani think also, they couldn't have the pile of posters at the entrance of the Centro Cultural. So because they couldn't have people touching everything, so it was illegal. And we managed to see how we do with posters, and Ariel told me we are going to reduce the amount of posters and do other things. And I was like, what do you want from me? And he told me, now we have the money to make a mural. And I had to cover Cyla's mural, I'm sorry. And it seems a really easy job because we have the words, black and white, put it on the wall, and that's it. But the whole idea of how the 3 words managed to find a whole sense together, we needed to respect the order of the words. So it took 10 rounds to finally get the mural. And I had to send a big shout out to Rodrigo, Dana, Florencia, and Julian, because I can't paint. I won't be able to climb that thing and paint anything. And they did it in a week or less, because we really didn't have any time. The only part of the center that was open was the terrace, because the restricted COVID sanitation rules. So they needed to have it done in a week. It was really hot summer, so they painted in really awful hours, but they did a really amazing job. I can't say anything, but I love this. This is a great job. They took some, they sent me pictures when they couldn't find fine-tuning of the letters, and I was like, it doesn't matter, because it's not about the shape of the letters. Anything about this project is about the shape of the letters. So the mural became the thing that is the project, is the manifesto about women tell other women and other people how they feel. Because for me, feminism is not a fixed thing, and the words in these projects needed to be just like everyone can feel related to. And they did a lot of things. a lot of things. And the thing that for me was most important is when the campaign came out, it was a lot of hate. Not about the project or the letters, about the idea of having words that define things. Because feminism is not one thing. There's as many feminism as people in the world. So there is a lot of women that felt like those words were not theirs. So they hate everything. And this is the best one. A friend of mine sent it to me, and they're complaining about each word. And for me, it's like, this is a good job, because these words weren't meant to be a rule book. It was about starting point, a conversation, not a fighting conversation. It's about expressing ourselves, because beyond difference and different points of view in each person, the idea is to challenge women to discuss what feminism is for us. So I didn't get angry. I really laughed and did a couple of likes to that. And when they complete the campaign with the video, with the girls of the meetings telling the story about the words and defining the words and saying how those words made sense to them, nobody complained. Everyone was loving that, because it's not about trying to feel like someone is telling you how to be. It's about embracing that everyone is different and everyone can feel it differently, and be aware of that. Feminism for me is not about making a woman strong, because we are strong already. It's about telling the world how strong we are and change the world to see our strength. So I was really happy to see the mural as a background of random things like meteor or anything, because I wanted to say, for me, nosotras, it's not a custom project. For me, nosotras, it's not me. For me, nosotras, it's not about individual ideas on feminism. It's about a lot of voices and a lot of ideas that can be starting points to talk about something else that is not only the words that are said in the mural or in the posters. And I'm super glad, because as Cyla said before, I'm part of this lineup of people doing the Women's Day campaign. It started with Eugemelo, is a friend of ours, and we have a group chat. It's called La Chica del Recoleta. And then Yani and Cyla, you saw their campaigns. And last year, Fabiola Mejia was in charge of doing the campaign, and she came up with this sign that I really love. I want a necklace with it, because it's something really weird, but the March 8th is not a simple date. It's an idea, it's a movement, it's more than one thing. And the idea that she came up with one sign that it's all of that, for me, it's amazing. And it's a great thing to see how each one of us interprets the same rule, the same idea. I think it's amazing that we have a lot to say, because we are different people and we live feminism really differently. And for that, I want to say, I know Cyla and Yani took the time to present themselves, and I didn't. It's not that I think that I'm famous and I don't need presentation. It's that I think that this project tells a lot about me and how I see the world and how I live the world, and how I want to build a world where my letters live. So I think I'm okay with time, but I see so. So that's it. I hope I make any sense with this.
Thank you so much. I feel very emotional after these 3 presentations. You are 3 amazing designers. I admire you so much. I think like we can see like 3 different campaigns with such, like so strong and with 3 different styles. And as you mentioned, they all represent women's movements and feminists. I think like we need to continue this amazing work like you started. We have a question from the panel, but from the people, I first will start with one. Like I would like tell like we see that these projects are charged and are very complex. Did they connect to the audience like you hoped? Were there kind of surprises for you? You mentioned some of them, but I know I would like to know a little bit more about that. Where would you like to start?
I have to say that I was expecting more hate. I think I read one or two comments that I can read that is too but I was expecting like it wouldn't be it. I think it would be misinterpreted like a rule book. And I was prepared for that. I was hoping more of that, but against what I was thinking, there were more like using it like a standard of feminism, of the movement, of ideas, of people taking pictures with the flags, and they didn't access the posters in difference with the girls because they couldn't do it. But the whole idea of selfies with the wall and everything for me makes sense that some word, maybe one, resonate with people with in some level. It makes sense that I'm a feminist and I'm angry all the time, I know, but I'm also in movement, or I'm also hugging people because it's part of being a person, and feminism for me is a movement in motion all the time. So, but I was expecting more hate, I must say. I was ready for it.
I hope no, but yeah. What about you ladies? Did you, I know, Yani, you mentioned about like people that were carrying the posters into the march. Was something else that surprised you, or anything that you were expecting, like how, I know, people will react?
I think, as first said, I think it's a project with that carry on very responsibility. You are exposing not only the idea of the art director, because you are the person behind the graphic design and the words. In my case, I always remember that I was on my holidays with my family, and I really wanted to do the shop. So we traveled to the beach with a bag with a lot of tools and paper, just waiting to the art director to call me with the list of words and what represent every word. So during the process, for me, one day I remember, and my partner was with me in that time. I really feel a pain in my stomach writing that words like femicidio. How say that in English? Femicidio. Femicide, no more. Aborto clandestino, no more. A lot of words that are with a lot of I don't know, strength, are with violence. So this was not an easy task during the process. And then in the final result, for me, it was an honor to see that with the posters. My friends sent me some pictures during the march. Hey, I see that, this is yours. And now I have a brother, he's young, and his friends have the poster in her room, like a standard, like a flag. And that's the best part, when the people appropriate your work and make their own.
Yeah. And Cyla, this is a panel of women designers, no? Do you think that this matters? I mean, did that identity somehow resonate with your work, or specifically in this project, or do you think the work is separated from that identity?
No, I don't think it's separated. I don't think I can separate from the fact of being a woman designer. Not that I expect this to be, as I was talking about being a Latin American designer, Latin American woman designer, of course, there are many labels, but I don't want those labels to restrict me, but these are part of everything I have as a visual and cultural reference, and I want to respect that. So I don't think I would be able to do this campaign or any other project that I do with my heart, actually, if I don't go through this idea of thinking about the concept as a woman and positioning myself in the field. And I think talking about what you were saying before, being surprised about what happened in the campaign. I'm not from Buenos Aires, but I had already been in Buenos Aires before, and I knew Centro Cultural Recoleta, but I didn't know how big it was at this point. So for me, it was very impactful to get there and see everything that was everything they were putting together with the visuals that I had created. I guess I felt this sense of responsibility also very strong, and I could only hope that it would resonate with Argentinian women and Latin American women, to think of a broader spectrum, but it was happening in Buenos Aires. So it was very emotional for me to see during the days that I was there, the women interacting with the pieces, especially the poster. Yeah, I think we have, we as image producers, we have this responsibility, and we have the opportunity to give voice to messages in visual communication. And this is a huge responsibility, but we can take them and we can do amazing things and that resonate with other women and give a voice to other women as well. So this is a huge, great opportunity.
I believe that. I mean, also this this panel is very emotional at the moment, I think, at least for me. We have one of the questions from the people is, what is one theme or main message you think needs or would like to be communicated more when it comes to women in design, especially in Latin America?
I think it's just like being unapologetical and like doing their stuff. We have to occupy those spaces, right?
Occupy spaces. Being there, because for me, if we don't need to ask permission to do the things. We need to do it and tell the world we did it, and it's okay. And it's not perfect, maybe, but it's done. And it's something like we don't have to be. We don't have to wait for people to come and find us and give us credit. We have to find our credit ourselves, because it's not easy that people, men above all, heterosis men, heterosis white men, come and say, "Oh, amazing job! Come and work with me. It's an amazing job." Period. And for me, you need to find a way to fill the space, do the things, and show that you can do it. Even if I think for the three of us, we did the things we did for the Recoleta, we did ourselves before, and we find in this project the way that it merged what we wanted to do, one with what we think about the things that we are doing, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Someone is asking if there are printed posters left, or if they are
I don't know. In some point they are going to, they think about putting on sale because they couldn't put it on the entrance, but I don't know what happened with that, because there wasn't that many posters, because we've used the money in a different way. But I don't know. I have to ask. I have it in my house. I have the letters. Don't you see? I have the shiny letters. I asked them.
Yes.
If I can print it, and they said yes. But I don't know about the posters. I know the idea was in some point put it on the store of the center, but I didn't know what happened with that because there weren't that many.
Maybe House of Prints.
Maybe House of Prints have some, yeah. I don't know.
We can share the link to House of Prints. And I would like to use the last minute. I know, do you have any, let's say, events, networks to support women in type in general or in Latin America that you would like to share with us? Or let's say we have many men in the audience, if they want to be allies, that what can they do, how they can help? Like we have, for instance, the alphabets.org or Times New Women from Mexico.
There are the Tipas type that do a lot of posts about women in type design. There is the Beatriz Guardo Scholarship. And,
the Mali Scholarship also.
Mali Scholarship, yeah. There's a lot of initiatives.
I think it's a podcast, Women at Work too. It's not only with that design, but with design.
You can find websites around type design. You can find websites that are a list of women doing type design and fonts made by women. I can share it afterwards in the chat. That it's nice to have a great list because it's not 5 of us in the whole world. We are a lot of women doing type design.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. 3 women who rocks. You're amazing. Thank you for your presentations and your work. I really enjoy this panel and I hope our audience too. So thank you very much. Gracias, obrigada.
Gracias.
Thank you. So, gracias, chicas.
Gracias.
Hi, everyone. Here today again. So happy to be here. I'm still recovering from the party because it was amazing. But anyway, let's go get it. The next panelist we have is Raphaël Verona. Aiming to create his own typefaces for editorial and posters projects, Raphael's work as a graphic designer led him to the professional practice of type design. Altiplano Typefaces was launched in 2019, and its catalog includes some amazing types. And please, Raphael, you got to share the link for all of these folks here. The growth of the foundry brought all sorts of self-initiated projects and bespoke projects by his own. Based in Lausanne, Switzerland, Raphael teaches type and editorial design, and he also is the co-founder of Carnal Verona, his own graphic design studio. Having lived in La Paz, Bolivia, he now plans to stay there again more frequently to carry out new projects. And today, he's going to try to explain to us, the goal is to understand why do we need and want new plots.
Hola, hi, thank you very much. And thank you for this introduction. No, I don't really know what I have to do more after that. But thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for being here today. I will take you to a colder trip than the previous one because I'm talking right now from Lausanne, Switzerland, and it is winter time here. To introduce myself a bit more, I wanted to share these projects I made. It's like my first commission project. It was in 2010 when I was still living in La Paz, Bolivia. And at this moment, I didn't have a computer. So in exchange for having an access to a computer in a printing house, I had to redesign newspaper layouts. And by chance, it matched my political ideas. It was a small newspaper for a small Marxist socialist party. Actually, the primer secretario is still a friend of mine. I'm really happy to meet him soon in La Paz. And I'm jumping into what I'm doing in Switzerland. I'm also a teacher. I teach type design, but with a focus on letterings and display typefaces. So I'm jumping from Socialist Party to reggaeton artists with these student projects of mine. I really enjoy to work with the students. We work with analogic method, a lot of drawing, practicing also calligraphy. I'm absolutely not a calligrapher, but I base my work on calligraphy. So, and then digitizing processes. And I'm very lucky to teach something I really love is designing logotypes and letterings. So it is for a poster movie. And as a type designer, I have a lot of open projects. And when I feel the right moment has come for one, I publish it. It depends on the market and what I can observe on social medias or on the trends. And I don't really like the trends, but what graphic designers need in a certain point. So these are these kind of projects I'm doing right now. This inspired from like vernacular Swiss. I'm also expanding existing families. So creating new styles. This is a typeface I published last year. I really like hybridation. This is like a sans serif, but with humanistic twists and constructed endings. So it's kind of really strange project. But I have also some personal projects. For example, this one, I could speak a lot about that, but it's an amount of assumptions and how to rework on the Latin alphabet and its structure for a language talked in Bolivia and written in Bolivia in the public space, Aymara. But it's not only the structure, but to have an attention and how Aymara culture exists in the public space and how it is represented and its manifestations. I'm working right now on this project. It is also something like linked with Bolivia because it comes from vernacular letterings in the buses, but also in the markets. I'm working on this project with Ana Michel from Cochabamba. Hola, Ana. And to introduce myself a little bit and how I came into type design, I had the opportunity to work for Swatch Group like almost 10 years ago. And I had to design, I was commissioned as a calligrapher. I'm absolutely not a calligrapher, but I accept the job. And I had to design a series of watches. And at this moment, I wanted to set a quote of Oscar Wilde about time, but couldn't find the script in the market. So I designed it. It was just a beginning with a very small set of glyphs. But after that, I was commissioned to design a book. I was also an editor for this book, and I really wanted to use this type, so I expanded the set. And a few years after, as I have a foundry, I wanted to commercialize this font, now called Millionaire. it's quite ironical because now it's the best sale of my foundry, but name of millionaire has nothing to do with selling these licenses for this type. It comes from its historical references, like round hand, and round hand was used by merchants and bankers in England. So that's how the name comes from. I'm absolutely not into revivals. I think revival is like more like archaeology. I think it's great, but it's absolutely not the orientation I want to have in my job. So Millionaire has been developed and created new styles. Like this one, it's the italic one. And the type has been used, like in this case, by Virgil Abloh, Louis Vuitton, Nike, Vogue Spain. So I have the chance that the typeface has been used in different countries and times. So I'm really happy with that. And to remain in the area, in the same area, I wanted to start a presentation about custom typefaces, because I think not the core of my activity, but a big part of my activity is about custom, and I think custom is a good reason to create new types. So I'm presenting a case I was working on a few years ago. It's a typeface that has been used for a capsule collection of banknotes in Switzerland. The process is quite similar of other process I could apply to other projects, but I will speak about that more into details after with another one. But in this one, proofing, it was really important. Proofing in very small size. We had to print in Tulio, 0.6 picas, 4 points for Europe. So to set microtext, and the type has to go through a large process of printing and reproduction, simultan offsets, fluorescent print, seal screen, screening in Tulio, and this is the result. It was really exciting to work on this project, work with a graphic design office in Switzerland who specialized in security design. And to continue through customs, I have been recently commissioned as a graphic designer to rebrand a small city close to mine, close to Lausanne, the name Sainte-Croix. And this branding is quite huge because they have different services. They have a museum. This project includes the creation of a type family also. So I'm very lucky to be able to work as a graphic designer, but also as a type designer on the same project. So I can really build like tailor-made system. The typeface comes from the how to say that, heritage of this city. It was an industrial city who produced a lot of cameras in the middle of the 20th century, like Bolex Payard, it's kind of iconic brand for that. This type has the specificity to include a lot of variations. So this is a preview of the regular set. And these variations offer the possibility to create a type system based on the historical objects produced by the manufacturers of this city, like the typewriting machine. it was really important for me to present this project. It's also a custom I have also made for another city close to mine in Switzerland. This time is for an escape game, but the escape game takes place in the whole city. And the global theme of the escape game is astrology. Astrology has a lot to do with that. The very big quality of a custom font is that we can put all together a lot of styles. So the type includes the logotype of the brand, but also stencil versions, dot matrix versions, astrological symbols. It was very interesting. It was the first time, for example, I was designing astrological symbols. You can see the application, the type in use. Okay, here is a one version of the logotype, astrological symbols, taros. But I would like to step back to the origin of this font. It is based on one of my favorites from my the catalog of my foundry. This type is called Nirvana, and it is a huge mix of heterogeneous references, and this way of creolized things, I think, is really representative of my work and how I really like to proceed. It includes also different stylistic sets, for example, like for letter O. All shapes are based on circular shapes. There are no angles in this typeface. So these are the influences or the references. I base my work for that. First, I was really fascinated when I saw this specimen. It's taken from an old English book from the 19th century, set with HB typeface. And I was really in love with this structure, so I wanted to keep this structure. But I wasn't absolutely not okay with the letter A and letter E. So at this moment, I had in mind for us in Switzerland, it is a huge reference, Max Bill. At this moment, I modify letter A, letter E to have something more specific. But I also look at, one day I was writing with my daughter. It was at this moment, she was beginning to write, and I was really in love by the letter I. So I also included an alternate for caps, an alternate letter I for caps in the typeface based on her handwriting. I think for me there is no like a scale of references. Like in this project, there is Max Bill, but there is my daughter. And I don't like to make difference between establishment and popular culture. I think both can live in the same project. This is really representative by of the process I really like. I'm fascinated by the multiple layers and the meaning of a font can carry on when you work like that. And we live in a creolized world, so embracing creolization in the process. I think it makes sense because of the world we live in, but also for me, it allows me to make emerge new forms, new languages. So if it also reflects our world better. Thank you. Gracias. I'm absolutely not aware about the time I have spent speaking, so I don't know if there is time for questions or.
Thank you so much, Raphael. We have a couple of questions from the audience. I also have one, but we'll see if we're going to get to them. But the first one is, what is your first step when you start creating a font? That's a tough one because I mean, I think it's.
But it really depends, but it often comes from something I have seen. It can be one letter, it can be a text in a book, it can be a poster. So it really depends, but I decide to involve more time when I have the feeling that it can be a great and new one. So it can bring to a new interesting projects. I'm not sure I'm answering well this question, but it's it's quite complicated. If I base myself, for example, on examples I have made, I showed this specimen, this British specimen from the 19th century. I really love the history of typography, so I also based a lot my work on that. So in researches, but as I said, I don't like to make revivals. This is not my goal. So I can, if I see a potential, like to work on with references and create something new with that, so I start a project.
Cool. So I guess based on that question, this last question, what I'm interested to hear, especially, you know, when do you start, how do you start creating a font? And you are a teacher. So how do you invite your students to start creating a font? How do you tell them where to look at and how to look at things?
I created a program in my university to teach type design for graphic designers. So the idea is to replace what the graphic designers could do with a layout, but with letters. So we start a project más o menos at the same as we were graphic designers, so making a mood board and also to answering a communication goal. So the thing that is more complicated is to come from a concept and to put it into shapes. This is the more complicated thing. So I made them drawing abstract things, like abstract compositions using shapes that according to them fit to the ambience that they have defined. So for example, straight lines or angles or rounded shapes. So as if we were trying to represent a mood, like in music or in poetry or whatever. So to represent a mood with abstract shapes, and after that, try to use these kind of shapes in their projects. So it's a good way to make them start designing letters for me.
Great.
In my class.
I do see there's another question, but we're gonna have to wrap it up. If you are sticking around, Raphael, Hugo has a question, and if you can type the question for the answer for him. Thank you again so much. This was super inspiring, and yeah. Oh, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very, very much. And bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Our next speaker is Ximena Jimenez. Ximena Jimenez is a queer lettering artist and muralist from Cali, Colombia, and actually she's based in Bogota. Her path as a letterer started in 2014 in the academy while she was living in Buenos Aires. Time she spent studying and learning all the rules and the formal basis around the letters. In 2019, she met graffiti and started a new pursuit for something freer and more personal in her graphic lettering style. Today, she will take us to understand, take a risk. She will let us know how to take the risk and go big. Welcome, Ximena.
Hello there. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks to Type Directors for the invitation. I feel very, very honored to be part of this event among many people whom I have always admired and respect. So my name is Ximena Jimenez. Yes, I know it sounds like saying the same thing twice, but it's actually my first and last name. When I was a kid, my friends tried to bully me, but I wouldn't let them. I used to say that this was an artist name. So this talk could be named as well as Finding How to Make Justice to My Artist Name. I am 33 years old. I'm a Pisces and a non-binary woman. And I'm also a graphic designer graduated from the University of Fine Arts, located in my hometown, Cali, Colombia, this lovely place. Today, I am fortunate to say that I have been living from drawing and painting letters around the world for the last 9 years. And all started in 2014, when I was living in Buenos Aires, Argentina, a city to which I arrived with very different plans in mind. Something like abandoning my career and dedicating myself to music. But by those not casual coincidence of life, I found myself living in a city full of letters. And not just any letters. I'm talking about something unique. The fileteado porteño. This is something I had never seen before, and from the first moment, I was delighted. The fileteado porteño is a popular artistic style from Buenos Aires. It's a mixture of letters, animals, portraits, flowers, and many ornaments that are painted all over the city. You can see it on magazine stands, buses, restaurants, and many more. I recommend you to look for more information if you can. It's visually very interesting and definitely inspiring. So I was in this city where, while working as a waitress and making the blackboards in restaurants, my interest was awakened. And to make the long story short, because there's a whole other conference of victories and failures behind, I threw myself into this world of letters. I had left the university without being fully in love with my career. So I like it, but I hadn't found what I was passionate about. And thanks to the way my parents raised me, it was clear to me from the beginning that I didn't want to dedicate myself to something just to make money. That's why I came to Buenos Aires with intentions of changing my profession. But curiously, it was the letters that made me return to it. So I found a direct connection between lettering and brand identity, which was what I liked the most when I was a student. My first jobs were designing logos for small companies, lettering for branding, apparel, merchandise, even food lettering. And sometimes I used to leave the house to paint blackboards for a coffee shop or to customize objects with letters for some brand activation. So each time I found more and more ways and formats in which I could apply these letters, and I was excited to feel that it was a new world with many possibilities, which is something crucial to keep me motivated because I didn't always have to do the same thing. So at some point, after a few years of digitizing logos and phrases and looking for ways to do it more efficiently, I became very skilled at vectorizing letters in Adobe Illustrator. All my process started on paper, adjusting and tracing paper, and finished digitizing with Beziers, perfectly positioned at 90 degrees. I already had a methodology, and even when I hadn't reached the job stability I was looking for, I was beginning to be recognized for this. So this is where I suddenly found myself doing much of the same thing. This, of course, for many people sounds like an accomplishment, like finding your thing, you know? But that's the difference between finding what you want to do and going for it, and for this to find you. Just for the fact that you have done it before, it turned out really well, so you decided to show it in your portfolio, then you start getting more projects and more projects of this type, and suddenly you just find yourself doing something that you may never have honestly questioned it if it's really what you choose and you want to do. So let's call it the comfort zone. I'm not gonna lie, I really like designing logos. I have done many of them and I still enjoy it. But for some reason, I started to get burned out and I didn't feel the excitement I used to. I realized that it wasn't good for me to spend too much time at a desk and a computer. I know that something was missing, even with Lucy by my side. So I started this journey of understanding what it was. And it's very crazy because from that moment, it had become a search not only for my graphic path, but involved in order to really know what was going on, going deep into my being. I asking myself questions and giving myself honest answers. And I say honest because we can be very good at lying to ourselves. The thing is that this was the beginning of a new path for me. And in that exploration, I really wanted to test myself by painting a mural. My interest in graffiti or murals wasn't something new in my life. It was something I explored when I was 18 years old. I went out a few times to paint around with friends, but I didn't always have someone to go out and paint with. And considering the danger for a woman to go out alone to paint at night, I didn't want to take the risk, and I just let that curiosity die. So I used to draw my tag several times. The tag is like the signature. Mine was goma. Exploring letters and characters, from which I came out with this kind of drawings, which today I could say that it was my first approach to hand-drawn letters. And that's why in the end, I believe that all of these attempts we make, even if they don't seem to satisfy us or lead us to nothing, stay in our brain somehow, and I feel that at some point, they always come back. And that's why drawing or experimenting is never a waste of time. So yeah, in this process of exploring myself more honestly, this interest came back to me, but this time I didn't want to let it go. So what I did was to take action, and I wrote a Facebook status that said, I want to paint a mural. Who has a wall? And a friend I had met at a typography workshop in Buenos Aires replied me, I have a wall in my room. I will be honored if you paint it. So this was my first lettering mural. I remember pretty well the fact that I didn't know what I was getting into when I asked for that wall to paint. And I say this because it was only when I had to prepare myself for painting it that I realized that I didn't even know what supplies or which kind of paint I had to buy. I didn't know any local people or muralists who could give me any tips or advice, so I simply went to an art store and asked it. I bought some black acrylic paint, some brushes, chalk for sketching, and a string and tape to trace the straight lines. I knew this a bit from talking to colleagues who made signs or sign painting, from some YouTube videos and books, but it was still a rather blind first attempt. The result wasn't bad, even though I didn't know that I should dilute the acrylic in water and left a thick layer of black paint. Plus, I learned that the chalk did not exactly erase as easily as I thought it would. But from this experience, I learned two very important things that I currently feel are a crucial part of my work as a muralist in this moment. So the first was what I felt when I saw my letters, not only in a bigger size, but also in my friend's room. It was crazy to think that no one would wake up every day and see this quote, which must have meant a lot to him. So I felt very honored because I had not only left something nice and beautiful for him, but something that would give him strength and push him forward every day. And second, I realized that I had enjoyed this experience of painting because of the sharing with my friend and with some friends who stopped by to say hello. And that felt much more rewarding than drawing alone at that time. So even though I had made technical mistakes, I was eager to paint more murals and see what other experiences they brought me. It moved from being something purely graphic and started to connect more with myself, with what was good for me, for my mental health. It became something that motivated me and made me actually want to create more. So in English, this means this both murals says the one in the left was made in Quito, Ecuador, and it says nothing lasts forever. And the one on the right, it says like always a person before being an artist, something like that. So now it was clear to me that I wanted to paint more, but I didn't want just to paint my friend's room, which will obviously be useful to practice, but my goal was to make it part of my services. And that meant starting to get clients. Here I realized that my experience as a freelance in the field of lettering was going to help me a lot. Even if I started a new format or a new technique, I already knew a lot about getting clients, building a portfolio, and all this tedious and sometimes hopeless process that comes with starting as a freelancer. So what I needed to start was many walls to paint so I can practice and to build my mural portfolio. And I realized that each mural I painted was like a billboard, and that as more people had access to see it, the more useful it would be for me. So my second mural was by exchange at a cousin's gym located in Cali, Colombia. It was bigger, so I used a projector and traced it directly with the brush to avoid messing with the chalk. That was also way faster, and it felt as an improvement to me. The third one was at the school where I gave workshops some time ago. In this one, I took a projector again, but it didn't work. So I went to a nearby store and had to buy some chalk again. Of course, I made a mess, but I could finish my mural on time. It wasn't a linear process, but in each project, I learned something new, either from mistakes or successes. Sorry. For now, I wasn't getting paid, but I was practicing the technique, the large format, and putting together that portfolio I needed so much. With these three murals, I managed to get the fourth one on a good billboard. It was an LGBTQI+ cultural center that was starting up in Buenos Aires called Felisa. I remember attending to an event, seeing a lovely white, perfectly located wall, and simply decided to ask for the owner and made her a proposal, which she says yes. I was so excited to do something for my community, but I do remember they only gave me the supplies and some drinks. Now, I know that it wasn't right to paint for free for a space that will profit from it, but it is true that at the beginning, when you find it really hard to believe in your work, between the enthusiasm and the lack of knowledge, this seemed the only option. So here it comes the question. So if we should not give away our work for free, but we need to paint to build a portfolio, what should we do? So I think it's not a matter of simple not doing it for free, but if you're going to do it, give it to someone who can't really pay for it. I would suggest looking for self-managed and non-profit spaces, such as foundations, community libraries, some small local stores or the parking lot where you know that the owner might not have the capital to afford it. It is quite possible that if you approach them with the intention of giving them a mural, they will say yes, and maybe they can give you the paint or help you with some supplies. That will be better. So in this way, we can be sure, first, of not being affecting between colleagues, because if we go to a place that has a good income, like a restaurant or a bar that can pay for services, but I still offer them a free mural just because I'm a new artist, it's very possible that they will prefer me, but I will be easily taking a paid project away from a colleague. And secondly, by offering our work for free to businesses with better incomes, we are encouraging that our profession for being something artistic continues to be disrespected or devalued as usual, or at least that's what happens in Latin America. So by the time I was getting the hang of it and finally taking off a bit on this journey, I had a trip to Colombia. And this time when I arrived to Bogota, I looked at the city through a different set of eyes. Suddenly, I found myself looking at walls obsessively, just as you usually look after falling in love with lettering. So I figured it out that Bogota was for murals or street art, as Buenos Aires was for lettering at the time I arrived. Once again, I was in the right city at the right time for what I wanted. So I decided to live again in Colombia, but this time in Bogota. I returned to Buenos Aires for 2 weeks. I sold the 3 pieces of furniture that I had and embarked on a new adventure. Yes, I usually make decisions this way, but I don't want to give any advice about it. This new journey brought me back to the exploration of my 18 years, the spray paint. And I was fortunate enough to connect with 2 super talented graffiti women, Ledania and Ems, who welcomed me into their team, and each in their own way taught me a lot. I had to learn how to paint and use spray paint very fast, under pressure, working for huge projects with extremely tight deadlines and in all kinds of conditions and weathers. There were many months of traveling, painting, and an extremely opposite rhythm of life to the one I was used to in my small desk in Buenos Aires. And although it sounds like a dream, because it was, a very hard mental process followed. So after 5 years of drawing letters, carving my own path, and making myself known in the field, I was once again an apprentice. I dedicated myself to listening and observing. And although in between I continued with some of my lettering projects, I was painting another artist's work, and only occasionally, when circumstances allow it, I was able to paint and practice my own letters on these murals. I tried to always remind myself how lucky I was for being able to live through these experiences, and that even though I was putting a pause in my journey and made me anxious to feel like I was losing the rhythm I was used to, I was investing in getting even closer to enjoying my profession and my way of living. Of course, I didn't always succeed. The battle with my ego was very present, and I had many mentally challenging moments, both with myself and with the girls, but today I know that it was necessary. This lasted a year, and the pandemic came. Imagine how I felt to haven't complained for even a second about going out of my way while I was painting in Tokyo, Japan, when I was now disinfecting my clothing with gloves and a mask from an apartment I couldn't leave. Life just gives you lessons all the time. So at this point, I was fully capable of noticing when a letter was unbalanced, when the slant between 2 letters was not the same, or when the spacing was not well resolved. But now I simply didn't have technique, and trying to correct something in a big mural with a spray can was extremely time-consuming and highly expensive. So in the beginning, I wanted the piece to be as perfect as it was on paper. Of course, a surface where I had the power to correct and erase as many times as I wanted, and I was used to a very high level of neatness. When I noticed that the line was too far to the right, I would try to spray the line again, but I didn't have the best technique, so it was too far for the left. And I would pass again with a success, and finally I had 10 wrong lines and a can less of spray paint. The more frustrated I got, the worse my pupils got, and I simply entered into a loop of frustration that I couldn't get out of. I asked my colleagues with a better can control for help on several times, but of course the second time I asked them for this favor, they didn't look at me with a very happy face. So with the time, I have understood that I just can't see, the mural as a piece of paper, that the complexity and rigor is different, that it is necessary to make room for imperfection, and that in the end, this is the most beautiful thing about painting walls. The format and the technique can be enjoyed from a different place, and rather than looking for a perfect spacing, the mural has allowed me to explore color, to face vertical or different formats, sometimes interrupted by windows or doors, explore backgrounds and different ways to fill spaces. In addition to this, I have remembered over time what I felt when I painted that wall in Juan's room, and how it felt something in my soul to feel that this could have the power to make some of his days better. The mural has made me connect with myself and the environment. I have always had a lot to say. I did it with music for a while and with lettering, and also I was very scared to do it on a wall in the streets since I felt very exposed, perhaps avoiding to bother anyone who didn't agree with what I had to say. I did it with fear, but I did it again and again, alone or in a group. Sometimes I write for myself, sometimes I have something to say to others, and the feedback has been amazing. Surely, many people do not agree. I know I maybe don't play by the rules of real graffiti. I'm also not so nerdy to sit and talk about many things around typography. Maybe I'll walk in the middle or fluctuate from one side to another, and that's okay. The only thing that should matters is that here I am, finally living from what I like to do, with my soul full for using the most powerful weapon I have to change the day to others and to myself, my art. And I would be really touched if something of my experiences can stay with you and encourage you to try and do a little of what makes your soul smile. I just need to say, it may not be easy, but it's totally worth it. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much to Type Directors again for this amazing invitation. Talks to everyone. Kisses.
Hi, Ximena. Thank you so much for this amazing journey with you and these more beautiful murals. I can't see you here, but I know you're here. Yeah, Ximena. I don't know if we see you. Oh, there you go. Hi. I think you're muted. You can unmute now. I do have a question before we wrap up that I was thinking a lot while you were talking about all of these cities that you've been, painting in. I think you mentioned that a little bit at the end, but I wanted to kind of listen a little bit more about the idea of the exposure, right? Like painting on a mural in Bogota or in São Paulo during, it's definitely a bigger exposure than, like it's risky. It could be riskier than going in Berlin or in Tokyo. Like, how do you navigate and how do you build the confidence to be in such different places and take this risk of exposing yourself? And I don't know if you work with, it seems like sometimes you work with some people, but sometimes maybe you're probably alone. So yeah, I just want to kind of understand a bit about this idea of the exposure.
I think is a lot about not caring about that, because you will be exposed, but you gotta take the risk, and that's the name of the talk, because I think I live a lot by that slogan. And And it's like, it's the same thing that when you say something in social media, you know, you're being exposed. And at some point when you work with lettering, you need to know that you're saying something and all the people will not be agree. No, and social media are also really toxic. So I think even a mural is like, you just paint it and you leave. Like if the people don't like it, you don't care. You know, that they can of course paint over your mural. And even with the LGBTQ community stuff and everything, you have that risk. And the people don't like it and they go and spray paint over your mural. And that's the world now, you know. But it's to make a statement. So I think it's totally worth it at the end. So you need to chill with that. Like, you don't need to people like you. It's more about what you have to say and what you want to say to the world. And at the end, I just noticed that many people don't like it maybe, but I always got the positive message, and it's a lot. Many people who connect with what I have to say, and I just stick to that. I can hear you.
Sorry, as you said, gotta take the risk, and taking the risk is super worth it, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're gonna have our next panel. So thank you, Ximena, very, very much. It was lovely to hear you, and hope to see you soon. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Woo!
Yeah.
So our second panel is called To Action, Type in Political and Social Context. We think that type plays a role in political communication, conveying ideology through the anatomy of its Latin forms and how it's placed in our landscape. It's very important. So in this session, our next speakers will showcase the work and will somehow raise some awareness also. So welcome Laureano, Gustavo, Daniel, and Tulio to this panel. How was the party last night? So I'm going to introduce them. Laureano Menéndez was born in Nicaragua and raised in Guatemala. His father is Argentinian, and he used to be a mediator of armed conflicts in Central America. And his mother is a brave Spaniard woman who has been there always for him. I assume like having these parents influenced him. He started as a trainee at BBDO Argentina, and a few years later, thanks to the patience and trust of his former boss and colleagues and countless YouTube videos tutorials, he's now current head of design at BBDO Argentina. So next is Gustavo Greco. He's the founder and creative director of Greco, a design company that is recognized as one of the most highly awarded in Brazil, including Design Lions, D&AD Grand Prix, Red Dot Design Award, among others. Gustavo dedicates himself to initiatives for diffusing design throughout Brazilian society, and also as a professor in two different postgrad programs. And he's part of the board of the Brazilian Design Companies Association and the Red Dot Design Award ambassador in Brazil. Next is Daniel Sabino, founder and lead type designer of Black Letra Type Foundry. His first typeface, Carol, was awarded by the Certificate of Excellence from the TDC, Daniel's work also has been recognized by Bienal, Tipos Latinos, Red Dot Award, Brazil Design Awards, Premios Laos, Morisawa, and the ADG Design Bienal. And last but not least, Tulio Cerquize. It's a Brazilian graphic designer and illustrator, currently based in Sao Paulo. He has been working with books since 2011, collaborating with the most diverse publishers and authors. And among the highlights of his career are works selected for the AIGA, 50 Books, 50 Covers competition, Latin America Design Award, Certificates of Excellence, again from the TDC and the ADG Design Bienal. Thank you very much, the four of you, for being part of this panel, and welcome. So, Laureano, would you like to start?
Yeah, of course. Let me share the screen. We are. Okay, so my name is Laureano Menéndez. I'm the current head of design of Bell Argentina. From the past year and a half, I had been working with my team and co-workers, colleagues, to consolidate an in-house design studio independent of video, but with the backup and the support of the agency and their clients. So it has been like my crazy past 2 years working on this project. So we are here to talk about Mentira font, but before we get into it, I would like to contextualize a little bit about the political and the cultural context of that year. There were, for me and for a lot of experts and research I made, there were two game-changing campaigns in America around communication. It was Trump's 2016 elections, the massive micro-targeting digital communication, and the Bolsonaro's massive fake news campaign on WhatsApp in 2018 elections, if I'm not wrong. And Argentina was next. 2019, the elections were coming and the political heat was on the air. Everybody could feel it. Those who doesn't know, the Argentina is almost a bipartisan country with a lot of ideological tension and really passionate people. So elections are like an important deal in the country for everybody. It doesn't matter if you are into or not politics, it will come explode in your face at any time. So how does this project started? With this scary and beautiful number on screen, fake news are shared 70% more during elections. So the creative team came up with this concept that to be informed, it's kind of important, it's really important for you to know the misinformation or the fake news or the viral fake news that are going around on social media. So there's where Reverso came into the game. Reverso is the main facts checker of Argentina. Is part of an independent digital newspaper called Chequeado, and I just put a few of the posts or the work they do. It's really simple and linear. If there is a fake news going around the phones, social media, Twitter, or whatever, they grab these fake news or these news and they make a research of it, and they publish if it's fake or if there is no enough proof that justifies the viral misinformation, or if it's true. I just put a few screenshots of how they communicate these how do you say, research they make. So Mentira font, how it was made and how it started. It started with this small concept that I just mentioned before. To be informed, you must know the misinformation that is out there. So the creative team came to me and told me, we have this idea about, how do you say, like, I missed the word. We want to intervene and fill up newspaper titles with misinformation and glitches and stuff. And when I heard this kind of idea, I got really excited and told them, no, let's make our own typeface the own campaign typeface with misinformation, and let's write our own titles and messages and whatever we want to communicate about everything is going around in Argentinians' phones or social media.
Laureano, sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting you. Your presentation now, it's totally black y está titilando todo el tiempo.
Ah, okay.
Hay algo raro cuando compartís pantalla.
You can, ¿la pueden ver ahí?
Sí, vemos todo el contexto, digamos.
Ahí, ponele.
Pero es como que está como que sí, se ve blanco y negro, es raro, como volver a compartir pantalla, quizás es mejor.
Ahí va.
Ah,
Ahí.
se ve negro.
Qué raro.
Es-
We
Es
just
como un
tried.
flash, como que se ve en flash.
Sorry, give me a second. I will share the desktop. Maybe it's this. There.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. So here is Mentira font. So this is how we started. I started my research and investigating and trying to create this techie, sans serif, bold typography with this kind of missing parts and glitches on it. The objective was to generate or create this bold and with a lot of personality font from scratch, so we could fill it with whatever we wanted. Even though at some point we imagined it to filling these fonts with photographies and videos or whatever. That never happened, but but the idea was to generate this bold and massive typeface that we could use as whatever we wanted. Here's a little bit the real process of making each letter. I'm not a typeface expert. I just went as I thought the basics were the basics. I start with the basic shapes and start building on over it. So there's a lot of circles, squares, and sticks on this. A technical or typeface expert will definitely destroy my work, but this is what I made. And here is some fun facts. The Excel, the data and creative team collect, they categorize and how do you say, catalog more than 500 fake news that at that time were viral in Argentina. It was a massive Excel. So I grab it and fake news by fake news, I collect them and I started like putting inside each one of the typeface I designed. You will see it's not a complete typeface family. I will explain it later why. But when I finished up with this, I realized that I got short. I only used like 200 fake news, and we had more than 300 left. So in the middle of this crazy process, I said, okay, let's grab the original, the OG typeface that newspaper used to use in titles or in logos or in the communication they made, and let's join. Let's make them like converse or join or work together to generate these old school like trustful newspapers and what we are living today, this glitchy and almost shady information we're getting in social media. So I finally end up using all the 500 fake news and more in these two typefaces. This is an original Bodoni, I think I ended up using. It has minor modifications because I needed to make the text fit right. But well, the idea was to use it all the fake news that were going out there, and this is the final result. And in the end, I had a chart that I erased it because it was a massive fail. The process was a complete failure. because it started with a really nice idea, and that's why I'm gonna go back and explain why there is a complete typeface with variations and everything, because it started just like, okay, let's fill up each letter and whatever. And when we started doing like really crafty handwork on each one of the letters and putting each one of the fake news inside the letter, right now you just see like a texture, but inside each one there is a unique fake news in going around in Argentina. And if you download the font and you make enough zoom to the letter, you will see that all the information is inside. So this process was really crafty and handwork, and everybody was like into detail. So our computers were totally crashing up. We weren't able to keep up with the work in the computers we had. So I literally passed like 4 or 5 days just trying to move each letter aside and program it. So in the end, the times, the campaign, and everything was just really like in a hurry. So we weren't able to finish the complete type family, but this is what we got, and I was able to program just this, like the base of the family font. And in the end, I want to like close the presentation with the video case that we present and send to festivals. It's a summary of everything I just talked, but better speak it and clear.
During elections, social networks are filled with fake content. And as the best way to be informed is to expose misinformation, at Reverso, Argentina's main fact checker, we created Mentira font, a font made with misinformation, but designed to inform. We analyzed all the social networks and compiled the most viral misinformation in Argentina in recent times. We took more than 500 fake pieces of content to turn them into a typographic family that coexists with classic media typographies. In this way, we exposed the amount of fake news on the internet, spreading awareness with our content. Mentira font was used not only in our social media, but also in all media that joined us. The best way to recognize a lie is to expose it. Reverso. Download Mentira font to keep exposing misinformation.
So that's all. Thanks, everybody. I don't know if there's any questions or we want to ask them later.
Yes. So Gustavo and Daniel, would you like to share screen, please? Thank you.
Okay. It's not working. Just a moment. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Gustavo Greco, the creative director of Greco, a design company based in Belo Horizonte, Brazil, with nearly 3 million inhabitants. The city of Brumadinho, with around 400,000 inhabitants, is located an hour's drive from here. On January 25th, 2019, a huge disaster happened when a tailings dam containing waste from an iron ore mine 5.6 miles east of Brumadinho collapsed. This unleashed a flow of mud, devastating the mine's offices, including a canteen staff, as well as its surroundings, destroying houses and killing 272 people. The family of victims, to whom I dedicate this presentation, have created an association named Avabrum, whose purpose is to seek for the rights and interests of those who suffered from the loss of their loved ones. The company responsible for the dam, Vale, came to an agreement with the state government and was required to pay a series of indemnities, fines, and considerations to repair social, economic, and environmental damages. One of the compensations was the creation of the Brumadinho Memorial to honor those who lost their lives in tragedy. The winner of the competition to design the memorial was the Brazilian architect Gustavo Pena, with whom we created the identity and signage project. In sequence, Black Letra, Daniel's company, create a specific typeface for the memorial, which will be inaugurated in the coming months. We live in an increasingly visual reality. Therefore, we must be aware of how big our responsibility is to put another project into the world. It's impossible to dissociate a project from its ideological values and concepts. Design is never neutral. Considering that we mostly work for people, design will always have a fundamentally social and political role. Designing a signage project is intrinsic to the space where it will be implemented. In order to search for singularity, essential to any project regarding identity, material or immaterial questions, ecosystem, origin, and history, and of course, architecture, are inputs for the design project. By materializing such a place singularity in a signage project, we stimulate people's sense of belonging and ownership, which was of utmost importance in the memorial's design. Mixed with the original grove where the memorial was built, 272 yellow ipê trees were planted. The ipê, a symbolic tree in Brazil, was chosen by the architect team as an icon of strength. In the summer, it rises with leaves to give shade. In the winter, the same leaves fall to let the sunlight pass. And when the drought aggravates, it blooms to show that, in the end, life goes on. They will be a tribute to the memory of the victims. An iconic representation to the flowers seemed to be the best choice for the memorial's identity, though. The same flower cut in metal and illuminated is repeated along a 230-meter path cut into the ground towards the break. 272 flowers, one for each victim, light up like a procession that witnesses what happened in an indelible way. The signage equipment mimics the shapes, views, and angles of the architectural design. Cut in curtain steel, the signs show the paths almost silently, in a tone on walls, built in an exposed concrete mixed with red soil and some metal pieces taken from the rubble, witnesses coming directly from the disaster. But what is the best typography for this project? As Eric Speakman said, a type has the magical ability not only to communicate the information of a word, but also to convey a subliminal message. A customized typography for the project became almost indispensable for its development. It was when we invited Daniel Sabino to create the Brumadinho typography. Before I pass over to him, I recall one of the most touching moments of my career. After presenting the project in detail for the approval of the Association of the Victims' Families, the silence of the audience was broken by one of them, who raised her hand and said to me, "We may not have understood everything you explained to us, but we understood very well the importance of having a letter that's only ours." At this point, everyone had tears in their eyes, myself included. Daniel, the floor is yours.
I think you have to stop sharing your screen, Gustavo, so I can share mine. Okay, let's go. Great. So, thank you, Gustavo, for the introduction. As Saul already said, my name is Daniel Sabino, and I am the director of Black Letra, a type foundry here in São Paulo, Brazil. I'm going to show you some images of the typeface we made for the Brumadinho Memorial and try to explain how we reached this result. I'm going to try to go deeper in the micro typography. But before starting, I think it's important to say that the visitation of a memorial, any memorial, is an experience of introspection and emotion. So the respect for people's pain and losses is the reason of this project. Among the design, architecture, and typography team, there was consensus on the need to create a typeface that was not without poetry. The Brumadinho Memorial is a space of silence, sensitivity, and meditation in honor of the victims. As you see in the next slides, the typographic language was developed to both respect this silence and communicate in the most delicate and special way possible. We want visitors to be able to feel some visual and spiritual comfort when walking through the space. So it was very important that the design of the letters was neither too neutral or too mechanical. And because the most important use of these new typefaces in the signage system, we understood that the typographic language should follow in the footsteps of the architectural language, establishing a dialogue with it. So one of the main goals of my part of the presentation is basically to try to explain how we created this dialogue between architecture and typography. Now, let's see some references. The expression written in stone refers to the idea of perenniality, something that lasts for a long time, if not forever, which led us to observe the technique of stone carving. Memorials deal with the idea of perpetuity. They are spaces that help us keep memory alive, and this helps explain why so many memorials make typographic choices that orbit the stone carving spectrum, because memorials want to write in stone. The practice of stone carving was, therefore, a powerful inspiration for the typeface of Brumadinho Memorial. Now let's see how it influenced the development of the type system. The architectural language proposed an experience linked to the brutality of the tragedy, translated into straight lines and with an emphasis on triangular shapes. This is the aerial perspective prepared by the Architecture Office GPA&A. In this image, you can see the triangular details on the roof. These triangular shapes can also be found in carved stone letters like the one on the right. And this is the link between the two things. Because if you look closely in the inner part of a letter carved in stone, we'll see that from its skeleton, it's possible to derive a very particular typographic style with triangular serifs. By coincidence, the subgenre of serifs is known as Latin. So if I say Latin, I'm referring to this. This is an example of a 19th century font belonging to this Latin genre. So we all agree on this side that this style, so intrinsically related to the carved letter, also related very well to the forms of the architecture. So based on this idea, we developed this concept, the triangular serifs. Oops. But we need to go back to our original briefing, which asked us to create basically two styles. One style for text, more sober, and one style for display, more unique. Although we liked the concept with the triangular serifs, we knew we needed a more sober way for text, and we felt that the concept still didn't have the unique personality we needed, the Latin concept. From it, we developed the sans serif, we chopped off the serif, developed the sans serif, and another one we called alma, which is the Portuguese word for soul. The alma version, in our opinion, is more unique because it refers to stone carving and refers to the architecture, but in a unique way. In the end, we were very pleased with these two weights, but you might be wondering, what are we going to do with the triangular serif version, which was nice, we like it. We don't want to throw it in the trash. So the solution for this is that we designed the sans serif version and the alma version in such a way that if you combine them in layers, you get the triangle serif version. Of course, you have to do this in the same color. Both have to be in the same color. So in the end, this is the family. the sans, the alma, and the serif. We only developed 2 weights, but we delivered 3. This technique was nice because it saved quite a lot of time for us, production time. We did not have much time to make this production. But now I'm going to show a short video. This is very simple OpenType features, just to show you how to access the OpenType features. Is very simple. You have to duplicate both styles and align them. Of course, it's not working because you have to access the alternates of the Alma version, and voila, you have the Latin weight. In the end, Rico's team asked us to create a stencil version, so the whole family looks like this. There are different possibilities of use of this typeface. I have already shown this image in the beginning, but now I'm going to zoom in on it so you can see the details. Here, you can see that Rico's team is not combining the Alma version and the sans version to generate the serif. They are putting the Alma version within the sans. In our opinion, here the typeface shows some degree of versatility. I'll show you just a couple of images more because we are approaching the end of the presentation. This is a very short presentation, but I really would like to show this image. In the right side, you can see the sans serif, the stencil sans, and on the left, you can see the stencil serif. And that's it. Wow, this is the end of the Brumadinho project, or at least the presentation of the project. This is the first time we present in public this project, so this is a very important moment for us. Thank you, Saul. Thank you, TDC, for inviting us. And if you have doubts and questions, we are here to try to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you, Daniel and Gustavo. Tulio, would you like to share screen?
Sure.
And unmute yourself.
So, hi. Hi all. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Tulio. I'm a book cover designer, mostly, and I'm very happy to see this panel because it's very important to make the design a political tool. I personally think every design is political. I don't think it's an arrogant sentence because we influence people and we shape the world around us. So we have to be conscious about that. And I'm the last panelist, but I think it's very, it fits very well because we have one presentation about fake news and another about neglection of inspection of the environment. So I think this is just right. And first of all, I'm going to show you some of my works. As I said, I'm a graphic designer. I work with book covers, and I've been working since more than 10 years. So first of all, we have to ask ourselves, and I have to show you because not everybody knows who is Bolsonaro. What's the history about him? He is a former captain of the army, and that's why he's a product of the 1964 coup in Brazil that was led by USA and in most of Latin countries. People from Latin America knows most of this. And this he also is a terrorist he had attempt of terrorism when he was in the 80s, trying to making explosives and blueprints for exploding army headquarters. So he was like he got out of the army. They were paying salary, but he was out of the army, and he became a politician, being on the city council of Rio de Janeiro, and then he got in the DC, and he always been a person who defends atrocities like racism, sexism, torture, civil war, death penalty of LGBTQIA+ people, and we have a lot of reports and lawsuits and articles who explain that. This one is from a TV interview. He say he's in favor of torture, and this one he defends beating gay sons. So you know the type of person he is. And despite of this, he was elected president in 2018 in Brazil. Since he was elected, Brazil situation got much worse with inflation. We came back to the map of hunger. He had some secret bills with his corporate card. He was like buying stuff for a ridiculous amount of money, and nobody knew it until he was out of the present. He was not present no more. And he, of course, is very famous by being an anti-vax spreader. He had a lot of speeches about not taking vaccines and throwing some war medicine for people. And he, as a president, he had a very important role in this whole thing. And of course, he also led to the worst of deforestation of Amazon rainforest. He encouraged legal mining and hunting indigenous lands, and now we can see the results of this with this humanitarian crisis we are having in the Yanomami lands in Brazil. So I'm going to say about my creative process. I was called by the publisher to make this very polemical book, and they were a little bit afraid because he is connected to some mobsters and something, but the publishers knew that this book was very important because compiled a lot of lawsuits and articles and reports about this kind of stuff he was doing. And the book, in fact, are two books in one. The first of the books is about the necrophilic policy letting the people die from COVID-19. We had approximately 700,000 people who died from COVID here in Brazil, and also the illegal mining and hunting and the exploitation of indigenous lands. As we all know, he don't like indigenous peoples at all. So I had this job to do, and I wanted to make something. I'm a punk kid. I'm a punk kid since my 11 years. So I tried to make this evoke the spirit of the street protest and do it yourself formats. And I was trying to make a wheat paste poster or a stencil cover. So my inspirations were around the proto-fascist manifestations. Since 2013, we had these manifestations here in Brazil, who led to Bolsonaro being elected. And the other reference is the Ele Não movement, who were people trying to say how Bolsonaro was bad to being elected. This was in 2018. And I have a lot of reference from other designers. I didn't want to make something near what they did because it was already amazing. And I think that made me more sure what I was trying to do was the right thing. So I took a photo of Bolsonaro and I just cleaned. I don't know if you already made stencils, but we have to clean until we have some bridges and some things. And I used the Dirty Baker's dozen and Laureano number 2. Both of them are, I think they are in the Adobe fonts right now. And in editorial design, we have a lot of times we don't have a lot of resources. So I used the Adobe fonts, and it was great. So this is the first attempt in the left, and the right, the final attempt, where I was trying to connect one cover from the COVID-19. This is a very famous photo where he was like with the mask in his eyes or something, and the other one evoking the fires and the Amazon forest destruction. So here is the evolution of the cover. Some applications that I showed the publishers, and this is funny because in editorial design we always have to make 3-4 times, and they just approved in the first time. It was awesome. And here are some photos showing how it was. The flap of the cover is a die cut, so people could make a stencil. They just cut the flap of the cover, and it's ready for making a stencil if you want to stencil your shirt or the walls of the streets and something. And I think this was okay for that. I think it was translated very well. And then how was the post, the beyond the paper? So people, I didn't imagine people bringing the book to being vaccinated. So I was very thrilled to see people bringing the book and posting on the socials. And this made me very emotional. I didn't think it was going to reach this big. And sorry. Yeah, and the publishers, they also made some PDFs to people print and make with posters. And here on the right is a bookstore who was also announcing and making the stencils with, I think this is, I forgot the word. So I have a video to show because here is somebody showing how it is, the book. And this guy is saying that about the book, how there are 2 books and in one, and explaining a little bit about it. Then I got also the recognition of the international community of designers, being 50-50 book covers by AIDA and the LAD Awards. And I think that's it. It's very brief, but thank you very much. And this is my website and Instagram if you want to get in touch. I'm always trying to speak with different people. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. How strong and impactful these projects are, and each with its own design or its own powerful message. I agree with you, Tulio, design is political. So time for questions. Gustavo and Daniel, I expect you all design for commercial clients as well, no? And if that's true, how does social justice work change your process, your creative process, or have you felt the need to approach your subject with more sensitivity than usual, given the intensity of the project?
Would you like to start, Daniel?
Well, I'm going to answer the second question. You answered the first. Yes, absolutely. It's not that we don't approach other projects in a sensitive way, of course, but in this case, yes, definitely. As I mentioned in my speech, we knew we were dealing with people who had lost their loved ones in a tragedy. So we know that these people here in Brazil, everybody knows these people are having a lot of difficulty in gaining their rights in court, and they have felt very lonely. There's a big feeling of abandonment. So the project doesn't solve the problem. Of course, it's impossible to solve the problem, but as Gustavo said, when he presented the project for them, at least by making the memorial and by making a typeface special for this memorial, we kind of made them feel that they are not completely alone. And yeah, this is it. Gustavo, go ahead.
Yeah, when we started designing social projects, this was like a turning point in our career. Because as I said before, it's impossible to dissociate the project from the ideas, cultural background, and the ideology behind it. So after that, I always have a question that I do to myself, why we are putting a new brand into the world, why we are doing this project. And the question that everybody who works with design always asks is, what's the real role of that project in the world? That's what the main change for me after designing social projects. And I have to say that I'm very thrilled about showing this project to you. As Danielle said before, it's the first time we are presenting it in public. So I'm kind of with my feelings high now. And I have to thank you all to the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
Thank you for presenting this in this space for the first time, really. Tulio, some commercial design specifically avoids offending the audience, no, or taking stand. But this work feels the opposite. At least this project you shared with us that aims to engage people more deeply with passion. Is that the way you see it?
Yeah, I think this was a necessary project, and very courageous of the publishers to do this project, because we here in Brazil know how people are being so passionate about politics, and so there are some tragic events happening with people discussions and all. And I don't think this offending the audience, but yeah, it's making voice for people who are with this stuck in their throats for so many years, and not just people who are died for COVID-19 or people who indigenous peoples, but for everyone, everyone that were offended or were in some case marginalized by the past government of Bolsonaro. So I think it gave voice, and we saw the repercussions with people in the socials. I don't think the question was answered.
I think it's true everything you say. Yeah, and we have one question from one of the people, the participants. What is an element that typography holds when it comes to cultural and political storytelling that seems to work better than other visual mediums?
That's a very difficult question.
Yeah.
Can you make the question again?
If you want to read it, it's on the Q&A chat.
Okay.
In the meantime, I will ask to Laureano, what brought you to social justice work? I mean, you have this background with your parents, or let's say to what brought you to this kind of project with a political focus, no? Do you have, let's say, any advice for designers who feel inspired by your work and want to get involved in similar efforts?
Okay, I want to clarify. I also clarify that I'm into advertising too, and part of my job is to make soaps look nice when we sell them. So all my career is not just focused on political, or my main goal is not always social work, but it definitely, for me, my family background, where I'm from, and the life experience that I had with a lot of people and politicians and ONGs, it's inevitable for me to feel this empathy or always the impulse to be part of something that can change or make an impact or a difference. And as Tulio said, design or communication, the design can be used as a political tool, and we that as a designers, we have the responsibility to, if we are into it, to use it. So definitely every project that I had been to that has a social or political or connotation, I will face it differently. Not because I will put more effort or less effort in other projects, but because in the end, I'm not selling a soap. I can do a difference doing it. So it's not that my goal is social design or with a political objective, but definitely this kind of projects moves me in a different way and makes me work different. I don't know how to explain it. It is just how am I, and the family background and people that had been. It's my own way to put like that.
Also, the impact is stronger, no?
I'm not a politician, and I'm pretty sure I will not be. So I will hate designing, and that's it. That's the truth.
Thank you, Laureano. Any, Daniel, you want to answer the question?
Yes,
please.
Well, I'm not sure I have this answer, but it's probably the fact that typography is everywhere. The typography is something that we cannot erase from our life. If you try to make an exercise of thinking how the world would be without letters, it's a complete chaos. I'm not saying we cannot communicate anymore, but it's very complicated. The communication gets very complicated. So type design is everywhere because it has to be everywhere and probably more than other elements. And this is probably, in my opinion, what makes it a very powerful element for culture and political storytelling.
Thank you, Daniel. Tulio, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think the direct approach that typography gives is very important for politics, because in politics we have to be straight, we have to be direct, so people can understand you. Especially in a poster, for example, we have to be brief and straight to the message, so people can understand. I don't think. Of course, we can also argue about it, but when you have to make something for people pay attention, it's have to be very straight. And typography makes this very well chosen.
I think we have 1 more minute. If someone has a question, or Gustavo, would you like to share your thoughts about this last one?
Yeah, that's a little bit about what I've said before. It's like a hidden message that we always give when I'm not a type designer, but they are. When they design a type, for me, it's like that. Even though you are not seeing, talking about our project, for example, the soul part of the type, even though you not understand it exactly like you want to, it's there and it's a message. And for me, it's the magical part of choosing or designing a new type for a project.
I agree. I'm very happy to have you and have this panel. I think this has been very important, at least for me, and I assume also for the people. One of the attendees also mentioned, Diana, that it's really heartwarming to see typefaces that have a deep meaning. So thank you, all of you. Gracias, obrigada de corazón. And let's continue with our next lecture, which is kind of connected with this panel too. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado.
Gracias.
Obrigado, gracias. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Stunning, Gustavo. Thank you so much to you. When you showed the presentation, I was wordless. This was, being away from my country, but seeing this project that is so close to my heart and where I'm originally from, it was, wow, yeah. Well, our next speaker is Tony DeMarco. Tony DeMarco is a type designer, photographer, and visual artist. He started as an illustrator for the newspaper Folha de São Paulo, and he co-edited with Cláudio Rocha the Typography magazine since 2000 about typography, letterpress, calligraphy, and type design. Recently, with Monica Risoli, he launched Tomorrow, which is a font that is available in Google Fonts, and Just Pichu from Latino Type. He is currently a partner and an art director at the communication startup Meio. And today, he's going to take us to a tour in São Paulo in search for pichação. Welcome, Tony.
Picho, pichação, pichador, no ano 2000, a revista Typography fez uma matéria sobre o assunto. Desde então eu tenho fotografado, estudado, pintado esse estilo tipográfico. São letras angulosas, magras e subnutridas, agressivas e afiadas. Feitas por garotos e garotas que saem todas as noites para avisar o mundo que eles existem. As gangues disputam cada polegada das paredes dos prédios em escaladas de alto risco. A origem desse estilo de letras está ligada à reprodução de logotipos de bandas de punk rock e heavy metal. Apesar dessa origem, existe uma busca por soluções originais de desenho, ainda que muitas vezes o resultado da experimentação seja quase incompreensível. Paradoxalmente, algumas gangues querem ser vistas, mas não fazem questão de serem lidas por todos, criando letras enigmáticas. Para melhor compreensão das imagens apresentadas, eu gostaria de ressaltar alguns aspectos do desenho. As letras são normalmente condensadas e quase sempre em caixa alta. As barras podem ter formas curvas ou ângulos muito agudos. As partes redondas geralmente são fatiadas e redistribuídas, formando pontas. A cidade é vista como um território a ser ocupado, ou melhor dizendo, um formulário a ser preenchido. A calçada vira uma linha. A porta de uma garagem é uma página. E um prédio, um imenso livro de visitas, onde cada assinatura parece repetir. Eu estive aqui. A competição pelo espaço transforma janelas, grades, parapeitos em novos desafios. Mas é com a conquista dos telhados das casas e pequenos prédios que ocorre uma mudança fundamental. O desenho das letras passa a ser feito invertido e o rolo de pintura que permite o uso de extensões passa a ser largamente utilizado. O agigantamento da escala acentua as características verticais das letras. Com o acirramento da disputa pelo espaço, todos os componentes da cidade passam a ser utilizados. Igrejas, caixas d'água, pontes, viadutos, trilhos, canais, torres e chaminés. E quando não há uma escada externa, ela precisa ser inventada. Aproveitando os elementos vazados dos prédios, os pichadores escalam essas paredes como alpinistas, sem nenhum equipamento de proteção. O risco de morte acrescenta emoção ao ato de pichar e garante respeito das outras gangues. Em 2005, eu falei sobre o tema no painel Graffiti Exposed, na Typecon, em Nova York. De 2005 a 2021, eu pintei na rua e dentro de instituições culturais. Essa prática possibilitou a criação em 2007 da primeira fonte digital inspirada nesse movimento, a Brasil Picho Reto. Em 2014, desenhei a versão Picho da fonte Global One de Iomar Augusto. Outros type designers e artistas do lettering também foram influenciados pela pichação. A fonte Cabulosa, de Frederico Antunes. Este é um lettering de Cyla Costa para a cantora Carol com K. A fonte SP011 Pro, de Rafael Nascimento. Camisa do time de futebol Corinthians. A fonte Picho Reto SP de Bruno Corrente, usada aqui pela cantora Glória Groove. Durante os últimos anos, criei títulos e logotipos inspirados nessa estética. Em 2021, lancei com Mônica Risoli a fonte variável Just Picho, uma fusão entre o picho e o Art Deco. A originalidade desse estilo modificou minha visão do desenho de letras e influenciou grande parte da minha produção. O impacto também é sentido na produção de grafiteiros, designers, ilustradores e quadrinistas, do Brasil e do mundo. Se algum dia você for ao Brasil, talvez valha a pena reservar alguns dias entre as praias e a floresta para conhecer a cidade de São Paulo e esta incrível forma de arte popular. Muito obrigado.
So we are back for our next speaker. Today in our first panel, we had Yani from Yani and Guille. Now it's time to introduce Guille. So Guille Visari is an art director, type designer, and lettering artist born in Buenos Aires, Argentina. His typographic projects can be found mainly at Subtipos, and he also developed custom type design projects for various clients like No Molestar, a type family for Star Channel. This project specifically was awarded by the TDC and the ADC. And apart from receiving recognitions for the work done at Yani and Guille & Co., in 2018, he was selected by the Type Directors Club as one of the TDC ascenders. So welcome, Yani. Guille.
What an introduction. So thank you so much. I will not forgive you for confusing me with Yani anyway.
Sorry.
Don't worry. It was funny. So, well, I will go straight to share my screen and start a presentation, right? Hello, TDC. Hola, TDC. Hello, Chachichi. I'm so glad to be here. It's a real honor to be part of this. Thanks to Sol, Ksenya, and Laura, and Carol, and all the people involved in making this possible. So, as Sol said, my name is Guille. It's pronounced like Guille, not Guille. It comes from the name Guillermo, which is William in English, but my mom used to call me Guille, so it's better that way. I was born in 1984 in a small city called Hurlingham, as we say, but I guess it should be pronounced like Hurlingham, as it's an English colony in the suburbs of Buenos Aires. So I grew up in this kind of neighborhood, and seeing all these signs all around me with all this eclectic environment. I studied graphic design at the University of Buenos Aires, and also I studied at the Type at Cooper doing the condensed program, but this is where I come from really, right? So with Yani Arabena, my partner in crime and in life, we founded Yani in like 2014, but now it's called Yani & Co. When we develop direct branding, type, illustration related projects internationally nowadays. So this is us. Yani is in the middle, I'm in the left, and Aus Pizarro Maire added to the team in 2019. But today I would like to talk to talk with you about something else. I would like to talk about the word expression and the word perfection. This is something that I've been struggling with since I got into design. But this picture that I'm showing you is not related really. This is the perfect expression in the last 37 years or so here in Argentina, but I'm not talking about a perfect expression. I'm talking about expression versus perfection. When I was a young student at primary school, I always, and as I grew up, I always wanted to draw. I draw everything I could. I copied illustrations from magazines, from video games. When I was like 8 years old, 10 years old, even when I was like 14 years old. Of course, I didn't know what to do, but I knew that it was really strong inside within me. So I took drawing classes in my hometown for like 6 or 7 years when I was in high school and during college as well. I was really into figurative art, monochrome art. And that process of education made a change in my brain, in the way I see things that I cannot describe really. So eventually I became a graphic designer. However, I never quit drawing really. It became a part of me. It became a part of how I see the world, how I see everything around me. I'm always observing people, observing what happens around me, landscapes, vehicles, every little detail that is out there. I find myself subconsciously observing that, even though I'll never make the time to draw everything. So I fell in love with type eventually, and I find myself nowadays collecting images of the things I see, the signs I see all around, and that obsession took me like to devour this kind of signs, right? The sign painted ones, the more interesting ones, the ones that show hand-drawn letters that are not that perfect, right? But are really expressive in a way, that express some personality, some tone of voice. I am really kind of a collector, but not in terms of what I see in other cities, but what I see around me, around the place I am. I really let all that go through me. So I start to see like type families over there, right? This is a place where the newspapers and magazines are sold. So it really became a strong part in my background when I develop type design or when I draw letters. And I like to share them with my colleagues to see if they know who painted this, for example. So that influence started naturally to pour into what I did as a young, initially as a young graphic designer. For example, for this piece made in 2010, where the calligraphy is made by Yani. This is one of the first collaborations that we ever did. And hand-drawn letters that say of what is a shame for me right now, but but these are the letters that I started drawing when I was young, in a way. But afterwards, as a member of a team as well, all those influences started to come up to the surface, pretty noticeable, right? For example, here, this was the first poster that we did when Aus came into the team, and it was a real collaboration between the three of us. I put the attention to the letters, and I see that all these letters have kind of a connection to everything I see and take pictures are all around me. So the question arises, right, inside me. Can a hand-drawn font be considered as good, well-made, perfectly crafted as a node-by-node made font? I don't really know, but for example, in this letters that I'm sharing with you are from a project that I will show you later on, and this is really scaled up, right? These letters were hand-drawn initially, and they look like They even like in a Renaissance book, then scan it and then scale up, right? Like a antique castellan, for example. But I always wanted my work to express something else, not just communicate through what the letters meant, what the words meant, whether it was hand-drawn or whether it was perfectly vectorized. Ruben Fontana, here in the picture, told me once in college that my project looked really cloying. We say empalagoso in Spanish. And he also told me not to ever use Helvetica again, which I did. But the cloying thing still lives within me. I'm sorry, Ruben. I really admire him. This is a picture of me. Well, not me really, but I took this picture when I was at the Type Cooper condensed program in 2019. And this is funny because in the left, you can see Hans Famida, and in the right, you can see Just van Rossum, great, immense type designers that I really admire and I was really lucky enough to have them as teachers. But the thing here was that eventually in my project which was intended to be a text font, weird things started to happen, right? I couldn't help it. So, and this was this day that Hannes came to me and asked to round all the shoulders of the letters, which is the left version. I named it the roundy version. And Hannes, and Just van Rossum was more like the bumpy version, the one on the right. I was also more into that version. So here the question also arises, right? The expressive one or the perfect, more readable one, where I'm not saying that it's perfect because this was a study project, but the thing is, may I go experimental and see what happens, or may I stick to proportions, to conventions, and go to the safe place for a text font? Well, the decision was really obvious to me, but now that I see it, not in that time, I was really in doubt. I went for the bumpy version, so Just van Rossum won. He was really happy about that. But the project really started to dig inside me, this eager to communicate with colors and with movement. So I started to stick into Python programming, asked for help. This was just in 4 or 5 weeks of work. So it ended up being animated through programming, but it was really, this is really experimental. You can see mistakes all over that were not meant to be there. But does perfection even exist? Well, what I learned from all this experience is that educational institutions or even award juries seek for perfection in some way, in some particular way. And perfection as a subjectivity is different from mind to mind. It's different from person to person. What is perfect to me may not be perfect for another one, right? That is what I think right now. But what really matters to me is what letters can express, and they can make you feel things apart from being readable. Yeah, I know, right? So this project that Yani and I made in 2015 was for a gastronomic fair here in Buenos Aires, which is really a big gastronomic fair organized by the most well-known chefs from here that are even on TV and stuff, and they needed us to develop its graphic ID, right? So we came with the idea to develop this masticar font. Masticar is the name of the gastronomic fair, and the font helped us build this tone of voice. It was made really quick, but as you can see, all the notes are a complete mess. It's a complete disaster. This was made really quick by hand. It was really kind of a 1 week and a half, drawing like all these letters in a couple of days and digitizing everything, then adjusting spacing to make it readable in a way. But in the end, we came up with these two styles, and that complemented very well to develop all these posters and billboards and programs, and all complement all the illustrations that we also made. And it was really a strong element in the visual idea, right? So in the end, this is one masticar happened a lot of times during the last before the pandemic for like 8 years consecutive, and you always could see this typeface giving shape to the messages, to the signage, and being really related to the idea of a market, of a food market, where all the ingredients are really carefully presented, carefully made, and come straight from the producer. So how about make you feel in another time? Letters can also make you feel that way, right? In this project that I would like to share to you, Salon Berlin, which is a barber shop here in Buenos Aires, contacted us to develop this new brand for a series of self-care products. So we started drawing, and here I could really see the influence from all those pictures and photographs in the streets that I took and collect all over the place. Even if it's vectorized, right? It's still there. It began as a drawing with all that background, trying to make those that background their own, be part of that. We also developed illustrations for the products, and also designed all the packaging, all illustrated with lettering on the sides using an illustrated font. So it's a complete, it's kind of a complete circle in that way. But how about taking it to another level? What about making an entire font family, right? I felt the need to show respect for a type design trade from another time, as I always admire a lot of type designers from long ago that worked by hand. So I started with this idea that came up from this design discarded by some client, where I initially saw a potential type family here, illustrated type family, right? So I started drawing all the letters in this sketchbook, in this Moleskine sketchbook. You can see on top that the badge, the stamp was already drawn there. So I started to draw all the Roman letters, all the miscellaneous, the punctuation, ampersand, some initial capitals that I discarded afterwards. And those letters were carefully crafted one by one, making that really a balanced system in terms of stroke weight, in terms of serif alignment, in terms of spacing. Of course, it has its problems, right? It's a handmade font and it should look like that. But I really took care of that. And as I designed this in FontLab 5, I didn't have the lasso tool for all the nerds out there. So I had to select all the nodes with the rectangles every time I wanted to make a correction. So here you can see another style of the family, which is an expanded one, the expanded version, also all drawn by hand with all capitals, no lowercase, but to complement the other one. But I also added the script. And I made sure to make it simple enough to overlap in the lowercase to make it work easier than if I worked with another connections, right? So the script set was one of the largest because I added also flourishes and that stuff. And Proprietor, which is the name of this font, was a complete system made to be readable, beautiful, and handmade, and let you compose text in a really compact way. So this is how Proprietor can be seen in a whole piece. trying to recreate all that background, right? Another thing that I learned when I was in college is please don't ever stretch type with your hands. There are styles for that. There are condensed and expanded versions of good type families out there. So please use them. And I'm always trying to break the rules to see what can happen. So in this project that I would like to show you, this was made also for the Centro Cultural Recoleta. I saw a talk about with Yani, Cyla, and Fer about their collaborations for this amazing place. I was lucky enough for them to call me to be part of another campaign. This was for the Day of Respect for Cultural Diversity. And they asked me to give shape to this phrase. It says, "It's me," in Spanish, soy yo. And as I struggled to achieve this letter shapes that kind of resemble the flag of the LGBTQI+ movement, I also wanted it to be able to adapt to different environments and to be different in each way it could appear, right? So what I did was made a variable font from this, not a real font, but a lettering piece that you could stretch up and stretch down and make it wider or condensed for them to be able to adapt to different sizes, different media. And of course, it was also painted on the huge wall they have, and you could see that from pretty far. So in this matter of stretching letters and how they could express, I started to experiment and see how can that expansion and contraction of the letters let me communicate something else, not just the squeezed letters, but to express something else, right? I was here exploring the idea of the human versus the world, and it was pretty, I think I did this during the pandemic, and I see the reasons right now. But I'm always, I find myself always trying new things, right? Being on this side of the path, being really experimental in a way, trying to develop letters that tell a story, not just that are readable enough, but that are really weird, or try to break some rule, because I find it funny and I find it really, it has a meaning, right? It's not just a letter that can be read, but can be felt as well. But I'm not just exploring the shapes, but also texture and their movement as well, right? So, for example, in this case, I wanted to make it like felt it was alive in a way. So that's it. Cha chichi. Cha gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guille. So many memories in your lectures along Berlin. I used to have my studio on the same street.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Are those good memories? I hope.
Yes, yes. I always wanted to ask at the conference, you as a man, how do you balance your career path and parenting? You don't have to answer that, don't worry.
Parenting,
I'm still touched and inspired by our feminist panel today, so don't worry.
Well, our kid is right now with my brother, so I will have to pick him up in a few hours.
You are with Yani, no? And I wonder, like, how do you, let's say, how is your process when you work together in terms of how do you start? I mean, how do you organize yourself in the creative process?
Well, it depends on each project. We start the week having a meeting with Shani and Aus and see all the pending projects that are are out there, and also the possible ones that will be active in the next few days or few weeks. And depending on each project, it naturally comes out if Yani will be like the director of that project, or me, or even I has already directed a few projects and he did really awesome. So it comes really naturally. Yani is more in the calligraphic side, but also she's the person that puts everything into order, right, in the studio. I'm sometimes kind of a mess, or I go without thinking, trying to explore an idea, and Shani's more like, okay, let's see the bigger picture. Why don't you try this and this and this before that? Maybe that could work. And 90% of the time, Shani is right. So I always, yeah, she's next to me and she's laughing right now. But she's the real boss. Yeah.
And you show us, but you also draw a lot, no? And
Yeah,
you show
too.
as part of your process, like you have a lot of drawings, also the curves or Python. Where do you feel more comfortable? Because they are kind of extremes.
Yeah, they're really different in a way. I don't know. I think the expression side of everything is kind of digging into me. What I said is really what is happening to me right now. I'm kind of struggling with all these disciplines, type design, really strong type design, a square type design, along with a really expressive lettering piece, or the drawing expressive version of letters, or even drawings. There was a project last year that we made for a music event that didn't come out yet, where I found myself illustrating like flying eyes, and I don't know, I'm really a fan of letters, and I think I'm really comfortable with that, but I don't know what will come next. I think now I'm really interested in animation and shaping things in real volume to make it feel really tangible, not in a 2D surface.
Yes, because I was also thinking like how font editors today help us like to control like 100% our bestial curves against like when you're drawing, like somehow when you're drawing there is another kind of expression. But I know it seems like both you and Yani, they know how to let's say control the font editors in order not to lose that style, that look and feel like it's handmade. So I think that they are truly artists in that way.
Well, yeah. What do you mean about editors? Like
when you're with clips, when you are like the font editors,
okay,
like of a lab or of a, like you can like millimetrically control everything.
Well, yeah, for proprietor, well, I'm a big fan and I really admire Aleppo's work, and I am lucky enough to consider myself a friend of him. And proprietor was I don't know how to say it, was post-produced by him, right? So I poured all the glyphs, all the letters into FontLab 5 because I didn't use glyphs at that time yet. And I worked on spacing, and I really took care of notes and on all the noise, trying to make it possible to export as a font. And Ale was saying to me, this is impossible. This is really impossible. The software crashes all the time. Yeah, I know, right? But make it possible. I don't know. And he started to experiment, reducing the nodes, reducing the Bezier curves, the Bezier handles. And I was like, no, this is losing too much, a little less. So we started to go back and forth and see how much should we reduce in order to make it usable, but not to lose that expression of the initial drawing.
Yeah, I think like expressions, should always remain and stay strong. Thank you, Guille, so much. This has
Thank you
been,
very much.
your work is amazing. I admire
Thank you so much.
you. Now our next panel is going to be introduced by Laura. So thank you, Guille. Laura.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my dog is barking. You guys are gonna have to give me one second. See, it's true. Sorry, Beatrice, my dog is so much excited like me. Sorry. Okay, opening now my. Okay, I don't know how to start because I'm a big fan of Beatrice, and this can't be, like, I'm even emotional that we finally met yesterday in real life. And well, Beatrice, I'm so glad you're here and you accepted this invitation to be with us today. So just to give you guys a quick intro, Beatrice is a designer, typographer, and educator, exploring how technology can push typography to exist at the intersection of the physical and digital world. She teaches interaction design at Parsons and was formerly a designer director at Sunday Afternoon. Originally on the path to becoming a mechanical engineer, which I heard about that yesterday, Beatrice shifted to graphic design as her involvement in immigrant rights activism exposed her to the power of visual communication. Her work has been recognized by ADC, TDC, Communication Arts, and Print. Some of her clients includes ESPN, Target, and Apple. Beatrice, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the invite. It's wonderful to be here with you all. And yeah, thank you so much to Laura, Carol, Sol, Ksenia for making this possible. And before I dive into my presentation, I just want to say that I've been such a big fan of Guille's work for a long time. And I actually met him like 4 years ago when he visited the studio, and he gave me this pin here, and I have it on my desk like every day. So it's really wonderful to be around so many people who I've admired for such a long time. So today I want to share a little bit about my journey and my work through the lens of translation. And so oftentimes when we think of translation, we think about the definition when we're referring to translating from one language to another, like English to Spanish. But translation can also be changing from one form into a new form. And both of these definitions resonate with me personally, and especially the first one is when I was a child trying to navigate both of my languages, both English and Spanish, trying to navigate both cultures, growing up in a Mexican household, and then growing up in like the white suburbs of Michigan and being surrounded by a completely different culture outside of the home. And then in my design work, I feel very similarly because I consider myself to be a generalist. So I often have this broad range of design interests, from branding to AR, type design, motion, and I often find myself taking the same approach of trying to find similarities between these different design languages and trying to find different connections and intersections. And on top of my, yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think your slide is not on full screen. Just if you want to try.
Oh, it's not? Let's see. is this full screen or it's still showing up?
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for letting me know. And as I was saying, I not only have this broad range of design interests, but I also have a broad range of personal interests. Often a lot of these are rooted in social equity, ranging from like wealth distribution, gender equity, racial equity, immigrant rights. And so often when I start a new project, I feel like this is the closest depiction to what's going on in my mind. I want to try to find connections between both all of my design interests and all of the social interests that I also have. And I once again find myself trying to communicate between all of these different aspects. And I think this comes back again to my own identity. My parents are both Mexican immigrants. My dad is from Mexico City. My mom is originally from Michoacan, and they immigrated to San Diego, California. So in one way, I view that as a like physical translation of themselves uprooting and starting this new life in America. And my siblings and I were born in San Diego. And then when we were very young, we moved to the suburbs of Metro Detroit. And back in San Diego, we were living in a very like working class Mexican American neighborhood. And it was quite a bit of a culture shock when we moved to Michigan. We were the only like Latinos in the neighborhood, maybe, you know, who knows, maybe the whole city. And we also had to adjust to learning a new language because my siblings and I didn't learn English until we started school. And then from Metro Detroit, I made my way over to Brooklyn, which I now call my home. And in these past few years, I've made many active efforts to always stay connected to my different communities, whether that is in Detroit, in California, and especially now in Mexico, and hopefully in the future, the larger and broader Latin America through different events and programs like today's event. And so I've been speaking a lot about the wonderful things that come from having this third culture, as it's often called, being the third culture kid, where you have your parents' identity, like my Mexican roots, and then I have my American identity, but you're never really fully either of these. So you sort of make up your own third culture. And I think obviously there's so many wonderful positive things that come from that. But it's also, I think, important to recognize like the shortcomings that come with that as well, because we simply just don't have the time and the emotional capacity to be fully immersed in two identities and two realities at the same time. And so will never be obviously as Mexican as my cousins who are growing up in Mexico. I never felt that I was as American, as cliche as it sounds, as my friends who have grown up here and had generations of their family here in America. And similarly, I think that really manifests in my losing of my languages. And I think it's very similar as well in my design work, because I consider myself to be a generalist. So I have to recognize that I will never be the best type designer. I will never be the best animator, simply because my interests are just spread too thin. And so instead of trying to be the best at all of these different approaches, I'm more interested in finding how different design aspects can communicate with each other and what comes out of this intersection. And so for me, my design journey and even my own journey to really becoming comfortable in my identity as a Mexican American woman came through my student activism work. And that was really the bridge that connected a lot of my interests and gave me a lot of purpose in my life. And so I attended the University of Michigan. As Laura mentioned, originally I was planning on becoming a mechanical engineer. I studied that for 2.5 years. And I was in something called a dual degree program. So I was still taking classes at the art school But in my mind, I always envisioned myself becoming an engineer. And once I started college, I began to meet people who were similar to myself, who were also young Latinos, who were also children of immigrants, who shared my passions. And I slowly became involved in different activist communities on campus. And at that time, I mentioned this before, but I didn't even know what graphic design was. I didn't know that it was a profession. I just knew that because I was taking classes at the art school, I had access to something called Illustrator and Photoshop, and we needed flyers. So I was like, I think I can teach myself. I think I can learn these programs. And so slowly I began to teach myself Illustrator and Photoshop. Then we needed websites. So I taught myself, let's make a website. And interestingly, it's all of these skills that I still use today in the majority of my client projects. And so at the time when I was designing for all of these different groups on campus, I at that point, I hadn't taken a typography class, I hadn't taken a design class. And instead I was going to like our archives in the library or simply just Googling the different visuals of social movements that I really admired throughout history, and really taking note of like what type of typography are they using, how are they using color, how are they using imagery, just so I could study it and hopefully create flyers and posters that would resonate with people. And eventually they did, and seeing how something like as simple as a flyer could create real change and could inspire people to show up to an event or show up to a march, just immediately made me fall in love with visual communication. And I slowly began to make my way over to the design school and away from engineering. And so to this day, I think some of my favorite projects, even the client projects, are often these projects that are rooted in social justice, they're rooted in equity. And so one of my favorite projects that was released last year was a project I created at the Sunday afternoon studio with all of the women who work there. And it was a project for ESPN called 50/50. And so 50/50 was an initiative celebrating the 50 years since Title IX had passed. And Title IX made it possible for women and girls to participate in sports at their schools and universities. And because Title IX was passed in the 70s, we researched a lot of different lettering styles and typefaces that were popular in the 70s, and then eventually custom drew this logo that we see here. Our very talented animator, LT, created some of these wonderful animations we'll be seeing. And then we also worked with the art director over at ESPN to come up with a color palette that was both retro, but still very much contemporary. And here we could see how some of these animations are beginning to live on a broader scale. We wanted to honor all of the women throughout history that inspired us. So we selected images, one from each decade, and created essentially this animated visual timeline that I really loved. And then we also had our out of home. And here on the right, for the launch, they had this huge marathon where there was like hundreds of women running, and they were all had their t-shirts that said 50/50. And for me, it was just such a wonderful and a gratifying project to see it out in the world. There was a documentary on Hulu. So it was at least one of my first moments where I was beginning to see some of my work on a more public and larger scale. And so often a lot of what I learned working in studios or working with client projects, these are the skills that I always love to bring back to my different communities. And I remember when I was still in Michigan, and it was my dream to move out to New York. I was sending out dozens of applications every day. And I remember talking with a friend and letting her know, like, I just want to move to New York. I want to learn from the best designers, and I want to work at the best places because I want to gain all that knowledge, and then I want to find ways to bring it back home, to bring it back to my different communities. And so I feel that I've been very fortunate to have had opportunities to do so. And one of my favorite projects was in 2019 for an initiative called Close the Camps here in New York. And so I met a group of activists who were organizing around the camps on the border. So this was 2019. This was the height of the Trump presidency. And so I started attending their meetings just to show up and help organize however I could help organize with my experience organizing back in college. And similarly to my activism work in undergrad, once I started attending these meetings, I noticed that they didn't have a logo, they didn't have a visual system. And so I offered to create this visual identity for this organization. And so I created a logo that's purely typographic. It's all designed in Sharp Sans, one of my favorite typefaces. And I wanted it to be an identity that could live without me, that wasn't overly complicated, and that somebody who wasn't a designer could easily take over and continue to grow this identity. And then the colors were pulled from the 4 parent organizations, including like Movimiento Cosecha and Extinction Rebellion. And so I wanted to pull all of these colors referencing the founding organizations as well. And this project also gave me some really fun opportunities to play with motion, primarily because now when you're organizing for a march or a movement nowadays, everything is on social media. You gather interest on social media compared to a few years before then when I was in college, everything was printed flyers. There was a time before Instagram. But now with social media, so bringing in elements like motion can really make a difference and really catch people's attention, which is something that I found to be very interesting, how social movements have been changing even in these last few years. And we also designed t-shirts, which were worn at one of our actions on Fifth Avenue. And I not only designed the identity, but as I mentioned, I was one of the organizers. Here we were shutting down the West Side Highway in 2019 in protest of an ICE office that was right next to the West Side Highway. And I want to mention that physically marching or putting yourself on the line is a privilege. It's a privilege that not everybody has. And I chose to do so because because I know that reflecting on my own identity as an American-born Latina, I have so much privilege that people like my parents, when they first came to this country, when they were undocumented, didn't have those privileges. And I also want to say that even simply by like risking arrest, once I was released, I was able to come back home to my apartment in Brooklyn. I was able to return to my job like nothing had happened. And that's not the case for most people or for most immigrants who are deported or who are detained. And many undocumented youth in the United States often have to protest themselves for their own rights. And every time they do that, they're risking their own security here in the country as well. And one thing I also wanted to mention, and maybe it's one of my favorite parts of essentially like branding for social movements, is that you have to let go of perfectionism. You have to let go of your idea of what is a polished brand, because at the end of the day, we don't have the budget to be printing banners. We're just making things by hand. We're mixing the colors by hand. And as you can see here, we're still trying to stay true to the brand identity, but it's done in a really beautiful and in an organic way. And I really love this photo because 2 of my good friends designed some of these posters that we see here. And at the time, they really wanted to show up to the march. They wanted to show up to the action, but they couldn't show up because they were both waiting for their green cards, and that would put them at risk. But instead, they showed up, they made posters that other people who, like myself, who had the privilege to physically be out, could hold up their posters and spread their message. And I think that's one of my favorite things about visual communication and art, is that you don't have to be physically present. Your message could be spread to hundreds to thousands to millions of people. And even if we see here the poster on like the bottom left was used all throughout even articles like CNN, and having my friend make that one poster made such a big difference, even if she didn't realize that in the moment. Another one of my favorite projects, I know I say they're all my favorite projects, I guess they probably all are my favorite projects, was a rebrand I worked with some friends in Michigan. and it's for an organization called One Michigan, and it's an undocumented led immigrant rights group in Southwest Detroit. And so I met the founder, Jose Franco, when I was an undergrad in college, because he was organizing in Detroit, and often we would collaborate with his group and his team. And so a couple of years ago, I've tried to always stay in contact with them, but a few years ago, we finally started reconnecting about the rebrand for their identity. And so I came up with this logo that we see here, and it spells out 1MI, which is the abbreviation for Michigan. But the logo itself was inspired by this concept of a weaving path of migration. And it was also inspired by a serpent. And I think in the Western American culture, often like snakes or serpents have a very negative connotation. But in indigenous Mexican culture and in different indigenous cultures throughout the world, snakes often have a really beautiful meaning of going into a new life or transitioning into something new, which I thought was very fitting for an immigrant rights organization. And so here we see some of the assets we created, and once again, animation played a big part in the digital campaign for this identity as well. And once again, we had to just like paint our banners. This is when I went to go visit their team in 2020 in Southwest Detroit. And here we see two high schoolers who are just painting out a new identity. This was an existing banner that had something printed on the other side. So we simply just like flipped it and started painting it with the new identity, which I really loved. Next, I want to touch a little bit on design as tool making, and specifically starting off with type design. And a few years ago, I wanted to begin learning how to design typefaces. So I took on this personal project called Ancho to design my first typeface. And I've always been really fascinated with motion. So from the very beginning, I knew that I wanted it to be a variable font, like we see here. And originally, ancho was inspired by the ancho pepper. And my original idea was to create a typeface for each of the different peppers we use in Mexican cuisine, like the chile de árbol, guajillo. But because I hadn't designed any typefaces, that was a very ambitious project to take on. So I just narrowed it down to one chile and one typeface. And as I began to design this typeface, I began to see that in its forms, it began to remind me a lot of the architecture in Mexico, and specifically the original architecture in Mexico, in central Mexico of Teotihuacan, which are the pyramids near where my dad's side of the family lives. And so here we see the full breadth of the typeface, ranging from thin to ultra bold. And I always love adding things like alternates or ligatures to the typeface. And since it was a variable font, it gave me the opportunity to learn Python and Drawbot just so I could animate this typeface like we see here, or in this next animation here. And because it had these strong architectural shapes, I began imagining this in 3D. So I threw the type in Cinema 4D and just started playing around with the different possibilities. And one of my favorite parts of the designing this typeface was that for its release, I asked a group of my friends who were designers if they would be kind enough to design a poster using Ancho. And here we see all of their beautiful designs. And this was just such a reminder for me about how a typeface really is just a tool. It's just a starting point. Once you put it out in the world, it begins to take on a new life, and people can really create something that you might have never imagined. And later in 2020, I was asked to design a poster for AIGA's Get Out the Vote campaign celebrating the 100-year anniversary for some women's right to vote. And I pulled from my previous sketches where I was experimenting with Ancho in 3D, but this time I typeset it and to spell out the word vote. And then throughout the letters, I've added this string of type that's weaving through, really going into depth as to why we should be voting. So, for instance, to end police brutality, to support indigenous communities, and so on. And once I posted that poster on Instagram, it was very well received. So it gave me the idea to essentially give it a new life. And at the time I was working at Sunday afternoon, and everybody at the studio was so supportive. And we designed the shirts with the design, and then we sold these, and then all of the profits went to a nonprofit that helps people get licenses so they can register to vote. And once to promote the shirt, I then went ahead and created a 3D animation. And so this project for me, again, also ties back to my design approach of translation, where I'm often reimagining what a design can be in many different forms. So it started off as a typeface, then it becomes an animation, and it becomes a 3D form, and it becomes a poster, it becomes a t-shirt, and it becomes an animation all over again. And so I think this is true for all of our work. Whenever we create something, it's only like one iteration and one version of it. And then later in 2020, it was picked up by Apple Music, and it was used for their Latinx Heritage Month designs. Here we see both the designs in 2020 on the left and 2021 on the right. And once again, just seeing something that I designed to learn, something I designed for fun out in the world, and taking on a new life was just so incredibly rewarding. And also just seeing how the designers there at Apple were able to like bring in illustrations and all of these beautiful colors as well. However, I think some of my favorite use cases of Ancho have been when I see it being used by other Latin American designers. And here it was used beautifully at the Franz Mayer Museum in Mexico City. And I think this exhibition might still be up right now. And it was also used at a coffee shop and art space in Monterrey, Mexico, as well as by a nonprofit here in New York. And one of my favorite use cases was in Mexico City for the 8M March in 2020. Shout out to Natalia for putting this together, where they designed different bandanas using typefaces designed by women, and then they use those bandanas to go out into the streets to protest and march. And next, I want to continue thinking about design as a tool. But this time, after I got into designing typefaces, it piqued my interest with creative coding, because I was coding to animate these typefaces. And similarly, I just began to fall in love with creative coding and all of the potential it gives us. And so this was a design I created, and this was designed all in P5, and it's reactive to the cursor. And I designed this in a summer class I was taking at Lynn Yoon's Type at Cooper P5 class. And so this was at the time when all of the Black Lives Matter marches were happening. And in that week of class, we were learning how to design these digital glitches that we see here. And creating the visual glitches just made me think of the saying, the system isn't broken, it was built this way. And so I posted it on Instagram and just put it out there in the world. And one of the things that I really love about this project, but creative coding in general, is that it gives you so much power to design so quickly in ways that you couldn't create manually. So for instance, all of these different iterations we're seeing were generated by the computer in a matter of seconds. And if I was trying to design this by hand, an illustrator would take me hours and hours to select all these colors and break everything up. And this project for me especially is just a reminder of the importance of why we should be embracing technology, especially for people from marginalized identities like women of color. We often have to work 3 times as hard in the work field. And I think the more people who embrace, the more we embrace technology, the more we can hopefully not have to work as hard. And so, as I mentioned, I shared this design on Instagram. I use my Instagram very much just like a sketchbook. I just put it out there in the world, and a group of activists in New York who at the time were projecting different artwork during these marches reached out to me that they wanted to project this. And here we see the design projected outside of a Brooklyn precinct. Unfortunately, I was in California at the time, so I wasn't able to see it in person. But this was for Defund the NYPD March and for Black Lives Matters March. And I think this project, it was such an honor to have my design used for something I really care about. And I think it's also just a great reminder for us as people from Latin America to recognize and understand the rich history that Blackness has all throughout Latin America, and also to be reflective and be critical of our own communities. And anti-Blackness is often prevalent throughout all Latin America as well. And so here, this design was also projected on the Brooklyn Bridge. And I wish I was able to see it in person, but I'm very thankful to whoever took those photos. And so I also wanted to share this other project I created using P5, and I designed this typeface originally as a project for 36 Days of Type. It's a interactive typeface called Java Sans. And essentially, you can change all of the sliders, you can change the color, you can even upload your own image that will be repeated to create these letter forms. And so last year, the One Club reached out to have me design their Creative Week identity. And I felt that Java Sans would be a perfect starting point just because it gives you so much creative freedom. And for me, that's something that I love about creative coding. It's really empowering to the users and whoever's interacting with the design. You're really giving them the power to make it their own. And it's not just something that they have to look at, but it's something that they are becoming a part of as well. And so for this identity here, I just typeset the C and W in Java Sans, and then brought it back into Illustrator, retraced it. And so for me, in this instance, coding was really just like a tool and inspiration, and it wasn't necessarily the end product. And here we have the different lockups with this design. And the animation was again animated by our talented animator LT. It's Sunday afternoon, but the motion itself was pulled directly from the same motion in Java Sans. And so we were always referencing back to that P5 code as we were creating this entire identity. And once again, one thing I love about generative art is that it just gives you so much possibilities and an infinite number of permutations when you're designing. And here we could see some of the close-ups of the C and the W. And then once we finish all of the elements, I wanted to go back and create essentially a mini site based off of Java Sans, but this time around it just has the CW logo, and then anybody can change the different parameters and really make it their own. People could upload their own artwork, their own color selections, and make their own unique CW logo. And lastly, I want to touch on the importance of education in my life and how education has been another translator for me and a bridge between my design work and my personal passions, and specifically through my work in AR as well. First, I want to show this recent project that just launched actually a couple days ago. I've been working with the team over at Yahoo to design their Women's History Month logo. And so for me, this logo, I took inspiration from all of the incredible inventors, engineers, scientists who have contributed so much throughout history to all the women inventors. And I was studying all of the different patterns I was finding online and all of like their sketchbooks. And I really loved how in many of them they had these like handwritten elements, or they would sign their names or include little arrows. And so I wanted to bring that back into this illustration as well. Here we could see a closer look at the animation. So I wanted to add different elements of both like physics or, you know, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, which was a lot of fun, especially once I was able to animate it as well. And for this design, I really loved that as I was creating it, I was already imagining it as this living 3D form, and specifically in AR, because it's just something I really love and am passionate about. So if you scan the QR code on the top right, it will take you to the Yahoo Instagram page where you could directly use the filter in your homes. I once again, that's one thing I really love about technology, and in this case specifically AR. It really breaks down certain barriers where all of a sudden everybody could see this design up close in your own homes, and make it part of your own day-to-day. And here we see another design that I created. So this was Rizzo print, and I designed this for the release of my typeface Aguas. And once I created the print, I played around with some 2D animations, and then that led to this AR 3D animation that we see here. And we could take a look. This is a little bit of the behind the scenes. So this was all animated in cinema. AR is still very much a new technology. There's still so much for us to learn, and it's constantly changing. So even though the animation looks pretty simple, it really did take me like weeks and weeks, and it was more of like R&D, research and development, just like prototyping, because often there's so many bugs when it comes to AR, and there's limits like file sizes or the number of like triangles you can use in your design. So once I was able to get this animation to work, it was just so incredibly rewarding. And here is another animation I created earlier last year. And once again, I included a QR code. Unfortunately, this only works with iOS devices. But you can pull it out of your own home, like scale it up to be as large as you want it to be. It could be as large as a car, it could sit on your desk. And here I was playing around with the scale for this design, taking it out into Soho. And as Laura mentioned, I'm currently teaching at Parsons. I'm teaching interaction design. And I really love teaching at Parsons and teaching in general. But I think one thing for me that I've really been reflecting on is the importance of the access to education. And that's something that I've been very conscious of, I think, my whole life, just because my parents didn't get the opportunity to even go to middle school. So for myself and my siblings to have those opportunities to go to middle school, to go to high school, to go to college, and now for myself to be teaching at a higher level institution, it's something that I never take for granted. But I think when I was in college, I didn't even have the financial opportunities to study in New York, let alone study at a school like Parsons. And so for me, it's really important, once again, coming back to that theme of like learning as much as I can from studios or client work or teaching at Parsons, and how can I bring that back to the communities that I'm a part of that might not have access to these resources. So in November, I took a trip to Mexico City, and I reached out to my good friend Michael and Nat, and I let them know that I had this idea to put together this 100% free AR workshop. And they were so generous with their studio space that we see here, with their time to help me set this up. And so in November, I held this workshop completely free, and it was all in Spanish. My friend Faria helped me translate all of the software that needed to be translated. And this for me was just one of my favorite moments of last year, and it was such a meaningful experience. It's definitely something that I want to continue to do more of in the years to come. And so on Wednesday is I'll be teaching a new AR class. It's all virtual and it's through Type Electives, a really wonderful and new type school started by Juan Villanueva and Lin Yun. And for this class, I'll be teaching that with the help of my friend and TA, Tatiana Lopez. And she's an incredible designer and typographer, and she's also an educator, but she's based in El Salvador. And we were speaking earlier this week about our shared passion of making education more accessible to everyone. And we're already planning on ways on how we can together translate this entire curriculum and make it hopefully something that we can help spread not only throughout here virtually in the US, but all throughout Latin America as well. And so to close off, I just want to urge all of my fellow American-born Latinos out there to recognize our own privileges, to recognize the opportunities we've been granted simply by being born on one side of the border or the other, and to recognize when we do have those moments to hire other people or to empower others, and to use our resources to do so. So thank you.
Hey, thank you for being here again, and what a beautiful, thoughtful presentation. I really love the range of your work and all the critical issues and things that you were able to bring to the stage. It's a really incredible part of the conference.
Thank you so much.
I'll read the questions in the Q&A, and if anyone has any other questions, now is the time to enter them in. The first question is, when organizing, I imagine it's very important to emphasize collective action and decision-making. Have you found ways to incorporate this collectivity in your design work? How do you make sure everyone feels seen by your design for activist organizations?
Yes, for sure. I mean, even in my project for One Michigan, and I try to be as collaborative as possible. And for that project, the entire system was even built out in Canva, which isn't really a tool that we often use here for like client projects, but the people who would be carrying it out are high schoolers who don't have access to Photoshop and Illustrator. So I think a big part of it is even just thinking about the tools that we're using to design, and is it even sustainable for a larger community as well. And then in all of my design practices, but especially when it's community rooted, I really make it a dialogue. It's not like me trying to convince the client, this is the best design. Like, I'm really there to listen, to hear their input and hear their experiences of like what a certain color means to them or what a certain typeface means to them. And just seeing myself more as like a vessel to be able to translate everything that they've experienced into a visual brand or visual communication.
The next question pivots to your more tech work, and this one is about how do you see the future of design with AI programs taking place? And I want to just add on and expand a little bit in terms of, where do you see technology going? Where do you see the future of creativity and tech and work?
Yeah, I think there's been a huge like boom in the interest in even like creative coding. At Parsons, I'm currently teaching a coding class, which is really exciting to see that students who are as young as being sophomores are already expected to learn and incorporate this new technology into their design practice. So I think we're going to just see it continue to take off. Personally, I think it's really exciting just because it really creates unlimited possibilities, both in the outcomes, but also in like how we can bring people in. And I see technology as a way to hopefully equalize opportunities as well. And even with AI, I've used AI for a couple projects. I see it very much just as a tool, not as an end product. I think nothing will ever replace a human mind or human creativity and our emotional intelligence and empathy. So I'm not too worried about AI.
Awesome. The next question is, The course that the AR course that you mentioned coming up, is that an online course or is that an in-person? There's a request for access for Brazilian students and people elsewhere to take your classes.
So that one is all virtual, but the sign up is closed. But as I mentioned, Tatiana and I are already planning, how can we bring this to a larger Latin American audience, and hopefully, obviously, at a price that matches the countries where people are signing up from.
Amazing. And then the last question I'll ask here in this room today is, what are some other community-driven resources that you would recommend?
I feel like I will need to think a little bit more about that one. I mean, I think even like, I know Juan Villanueva created a wonderful archive about Latin type designers a couple years back. I think all of Silas Monroe's work around Black history, Latinx history in design is something that I often reference in my own class at Parsons as well. But I'll keep thinking for more references.
Amazing. Well, yes, as you think of them, we're gonna start the migration over into a Hangouts. So whoever was asking or is interested or just generally interested in talking more to all of our panelists here can follow that link as soon as it shows up in the chat. Meanwhile, I will just do a final round of thank yous. Thank you so much to Beatrice. Thank you to all of our presenters for how much time and effort and attention they've put into these presentations and working with us over the last couple of months. Of course, everyone that is here watching, we could not be here and doing this without you and your interest. Thank you again to Sol Matas and Laura Schofield for all of the incredible effort that they did in organizing and working through on every facet. Nubia Navarro for this amazing brand that just keeps growing and definitely don't want to stop using it. Also want to thank you to our local party hosts. There were 3 parties last night that looked amazing from the evidence seen online and texts that I've gotten. Porta Rocha in Brooklyn, Tattoo Design and Greco Design in Brazil, and the Hofmitz Milken Center for Typography in Pasadena, which is holding their event just after this. And of course, thank you to the team at the One Club for Creativity for creating the website and running these panels and so much more to help make this possible. And now I will hopefully see you all in the Hangouts room. Follow the link. There's going to be rooms in Spanish, Portuguese, and English, and we'll have a chance to relax and talk a little more and meet the panelists.